Yeah, it's supposed to be. All right. All's well. We should be live. Hopefully. Alrighty. Cool. Let me quickly check a few things to make sure that notifications went out. Dun-dun-dun-dun. Mhm. Okay, that looks good. Sweet. Okie dokie. So, don't fall down. Oh. All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to another stream. Sorry that it's been a little while since my last stream, but it's been a little busy lately. Good busy, but busy nonetheless. So we're back at our new little go-kart game. We left last time, just sprucing things up a little bit. And tonight we're going to make a start and see how we're going to add some multiplayer logic to this. And it's probably going to take a little bit of time to get all sorted out because other than a little bit of experimentation, I haven't really done much on the multiplayer side. Now, one of the questions that I haven't answered for myself yet is whether we're just going to load into our scene here and then just have a, I don't know, floating window or something that, excuse me, that we can interact with, or that we're going to have a separate environment for, where you start in, where you log in, and all that sort of jazz, or start a new multiplayer server. And I'm actually thinking about starting with that second option and sort of seeing how far we can go with that. Okay. Well, I think that's the very first thing that we need to do, regardless of that choice. Actually, let's have a quick look how main scene is this with loading the track in. And we change the track out. So we can actually use our main scene as a sort of startup scene and then just sort of like hide the track and probably hide our vehicle. And then maybe have an environment that we start with. That could be something we could do, which then means that we probably want to move the world environment into the track. Kind of means that we're reproducing our construct system. No, that's a good one because the other thing that I'm thinking about is that I really don't want to load all the players up in an environment until maybe have to, but then we probably need to move that into our track. So why is this actually called base track? Because this is our test track. So I'm just going to go and call this track. That's fine. That doesn't really have to have a name, but and this is a test track that we're building, that we're testing with, and that is our base track. So one of the things that I first want to do as a change here is I want to move that world environment and that light into our base track. Can I just copy that? Copy, paste. That works. Cool. I didn't even know that was possible. So now we have a world environment here. Cool. Okay. That is cool. That is cool. Which then gets inherited by this. So this guy has got that environment. Yep. And now we have obviously our environment here double, which is fine for now. Sorry, I'm thirsty. So, by the way, look at that. There is a. I thought you might be playing around with OpenXR stuff. Yeah, well, this is an OpenXR game. And I just broke it, so I can't show it, but we'll show it in a moment. By the way, good night, Claire. How are you? I hope everything's fine. So welcome. So yeah, this is a little go-kart VR game that I'm working on, where you can race around a little track. And that's actually, well, actually, if I just delete these, I can now test it. Interesting. Why? I don't know. Because that should now be coming in from here, right? Oh, because that needs to reload, of course. That's right. So let's reload that in, and now we have our roll environment and light coming in from our test scene. All right, back 99. So yeah, let's just quickly run this so that I can also test whether my VR setup is still working the way that it should. And of course I need to back up a little bit, or this is gonna go really wrong. Hello. Oh, again, we are going to have a test. How many times do I forget to take off my glasses? Where's my other controller? Here we go. I really need to find a good motor sound for this, because it's so much nicer if we have a motor sound. So, hand one, hand two. One of the other things that I want to actually work on, maybe even at some point tonight. Come on, hands. Let's go tracking. Tracking. Why are they not tracking? Supposed to be tracking. Well, it's showing up there. That's interesting. But they're not tracking in my game yet. What's going on here? Okay. Let's just do a recenter. Maybe that has something to do with it. No. Okay, what if I... Okay, this is weird. I might need to restart this, because I think maybe I messed something up. Oops. Is this one good? Yeah, we got an inlet controller in there. Yes, we do. All right, retry. Do I have my... I still don't have hands. Why don't I have hands? Why don't I have hands? Where are my hands? Oh, huh? Oh yeah, that's because of the version warning. That's fine. What's this thing? Where did that come from? Oh, okay, that's fine. T was defined but never used, really? You're being... Oh, that makes so. Okay, that's interesting. I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but that is definitely an error. Yeah, deving inside of VR is going to be an interesting thing once that really becomes a thing. It's something that I've been wanting to do for a long time, but too many other things getting in the way at the moment. Delta. Let's go and get rid of these warnings so that we can at least make sure that that's not our problem. Why? That is part of our hand logic. So I guess that might be our problem. Let's just do it like this. It's a bit verbose, but if that solves our problem, maybe that will do it. Okay. Let's see if that makes a difference. Let's see if we now see some hands. Well, I don't have any debugger warnings anymore, but... And again, I forgot my... This is weird. Why don't I see my hands? What did I break? This was working last time I was using this. What are we missing? What are we missing? So in the action map, we have our hand pose. That's there. If we go in here, there's our vehicle. Where is our? Here is our script. Left hand is correct. For the right hand, we know, but that is being set in script. I still need to fix that bug. Get some more debugging information in here. There we go. See, that will tell us what's going on. Okay, just get that on my head so that at least it's woken up. Okay, so what I'm looking for is whether my hands are getting, they're not getting bound. What the? Well, I do have a warning on one of my hands. Why is it saying warning? I don't know. This makes no sense. Why did this break? Okay. Well, the thing that I'm looking for is messages in the log that says that the controllers get bound to our interaction profile, and they are not in there, which means that for whatever reason, SteamVR is not telling us that we have controllers. I've gone back to your shader collaboration video numerous times during my time playing Godot. I wonder if you were thinking about doing another up-to-date one for Godot 4. Maybe if I have time. I am not aware of Mosen's M-Terrain plugin. There's a bunch of them floating around, so I might have seen it and not know that it's Mosen's errors. But yeah, cool stuff though. I like what people can do with those things. However, I want to know first, why am I not getting my tracking to work? Console. Okay, is it showing up in the web console? Let's see about that. Okay, are you complaining about something? Oh, let's get my headset in. I really should have the headset something on something that I can make it stay in view. But anyway, so let's see what it all says here. It says XR input config, created default binding, controller type, KHR simple. Okay, that's KHR simple. Here's the knuckles. That's the one that we want. Okay, so it looks like our action set is loaded. So why are you not? Why are you not seeing this? Maybe I need to just restart Steam, because this is crazy. Mink. Okay. Because you can see that it's seen it, but yeah, you don't need to go in there. Go away. Yeah. It's interesting. That means that it didn't quit properly. Okay. Let's see if a restart of Steam works. This is weird. Oh, I need to turn it on, of course. Hello. This is weird. What is going on? Why are you not working? This has worked all this time, and all of a sudden it's decided not to work. I didn't want to lose like the first half hour of my stream trying to figure out why my controllers aren't being detected. That's definitely a first. Normally it's that then something like this is missing. Okay, we save it. We have hand pose. That is our action. Set hand pose on left hand. Default here because it doesn't save it, but it's set in script. Perfect. Is obviously not visible. But it should become visible when we have tracking data. We have it in our vehicle, so it should be loaded in our scene, even though I want to move that into the track data. But we'll deal with that once we actually have everything up and running. That should only be fine. Why is this not working? It makes no. Oh, it's a vaccine error. Sees it here. Okay, is there something? Where's that again? Where's the binding thing? Let's go and start this one up again. Okay. Binding for OpenXR, current controller, current binding. Let's go and have a look if that looks correct. Yeah, trigger is bound. Trigger is bound. Poses. Left hand is bound to hand pose. Where's my right hand though? How do I switch to the right hand? Why can I not see my right hand? Haptics should be bound. So yeah, everything's bound on this side. What's it being so difficult about? I don't get it. It should be working. And it's really not like a tracking issue that I'm just not anywhere. This is so weird. Feels also familiar. Yeah, unfortunately, we have moments like this where things just out of the blue all of a sudden decide that they no longer want to work, and it not having any logical reason to do so. What am I missing? The index controller. We got a touch controller. We do have the simple controller that should at least still handle the hand poses. There's nothing in here that tells me something that suggests mine is not working. I'm just running on Def 4. Well, you know, I can always do that just in case. You never know. Maybe there's something in that version. Okay, bear with me for a sec. Project Godot 4. What was I testing last? Do I want to build an eye? Well, what the heck? Why not? No, let's go to here. Let's undo you. Let's undo you. Run. Okay, let's see if we just get the latest dev version that I have here. Yeah, it is indeed the reality of game dev, but at the same time, I'm sort of going like, why is it misbehaving? I haven't had this issue for many years now, and usually it is that if I do have this, it's that I don't have the action map set up. So yeah, who knows? Now this is a little bit experimental because this is a test build. This should be master of yesterday plus some extra stuff that I'm working on, but I don't think that's going to get in the way of what we're doing today. There we go. All right, let's see if this wants to actually do a thing. No. That was the front of my index. But even that is not doing anything. What is it on about? Why is it? I got some new. Oh. Do I not emit those? Yeah, emit. Why is it giving me those? Oh, because they're string based. Let me just grab this thing that fell on the ground. My little faceplate. Hello, index without faceplate. There we go. Okay, how am I going to do this? Well, one thing that we have as an option. Oh, need for a sec while I flip a few things around. Go over there. Let's see if this wants to work, even though we're streaming. No idea. That one goes into here. Is that still turned on? Looks like it is booting up. Good. Okay. Yeah, I know. You always complain about that. Start up the Oculus app. We're going to go for Meta on Windows. Let me. Why is this open? Yeah, you're good. Okay, now it's gone. We have touch controller set up. That is supposed to be grip pose. My triggers are set up. So in theory, oh yeah, I need to enable link mode then, of course. Oh, this was not booting up. It was just. Where's my button? I can never find the button on this thing. Oh, it's on the side here. You know, Meta keeps changing the position of the button with every version of the Quest. So, always keep forgetting where it is. All right, so let this start up. And then I need to set this up to link mode and hope that it actually, while that starts up, what I want to do, if you're working with Quest on PC, do yourself a big favor and install Developer Hub from Meta. This is a brilliant piece of kit. And one of the most brilliant things is that we can actually disable our proximity sensor for the next X number of hours. And I could even do ADB over Wi-Fi, but I've got some bad experiences with that, especially when we're streaming stuff. Oh, my son's been playing, so of course my boundary needs to be changed. Hello, look at the floor. Yeah, find the floor. There's a floor here. There we go. Found the floor. Choose your own boundary. Yay, stationary boundary. There we go. That's good enough for me. Confirm. Sit straight. Confirm. Sweet. Okay, now I need to go and enable Quest Link. Boom. Launch. Da-da-da. Cool. Your controllers can't be found. Really? I am using my controllers. Here we go. There we go. So, now my Quest is on. I've got proximity sensor disabled, so it's not going to turn off all the time, which is kind of cool. That's set to the Windows runtime for meta. And I have working hands. Now, why has that stopped working for the index? I don't get it. So this has been made that if I put my hands close enough to the steering wheel, I can steer and we can drive. Yay! Whoa, and sometimes it does mess up. I'm not quite completely sure why. But hey, it's it's a start experiment. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, I'm not sure what I hit there, but I hit something. Or maybe it is tracking, because I've got a feeling that so here we can see that sometimes, and then it suddenly switches over. So I need to make something a little bit better, that if it thinks that I'm not grabbing the steering wheel anymore, I'm actually thinking about changing the logic that it's not it's not doing proximity, because I just get that too often. And it doesn't make any sense. See, it doesn't make any sense. I don't have any tracking loss, but it then suddenly decides that it's no longer connected to my steering wheel, and it messes up. And I don't get it. I really don't. I can't trick it into doing it. That's the thing. I can get it when I'm too far away from it. That's indeed what's supposed to happen. But it's not supposed to do it when I'm actually holding this thing. Oops. Okay, I need to figure that one out, because that's annoying. I don't think more VR devs need to learn. Realism sucks. Massive arm fatigue if you hold. Yeah, no, that's true, Claire. And actually, I went through all the trouble of getting this to work. I actually have a mode on this. If I just turn these away, so that we're definitely not doing this. And where's my controller? Where's my? I also have one of these. Oh, let's plug it in. Wink, wink. So this, if I'm not holding my steering wheel, I can actually just control it with a. Except that I can't back up. Why can I not back up? Okay, I have a problem with my throttle or my brake. Restart. My reverse is not working. But I can now use, just a normal gamepad. That was actually what I started with, and that's much more comfortable for playing a game like this. The whole steering wheel thing was just for fun. That you can do it with your hands, but you're absolutely right. It's fun when you first start it. Yeah, my brakes are not working. It's really fun when you first do it. Maybe I should go back to my index now that I've got that working, but no, it doesn't really matter. It's really fun to try when you grabbing the steering wheel with your hands. And again, for the logic here is just that as long as my hands are near the steering wheel, it does work. But you are absolutely right. The novelty wears off very quickly, and after that, your arms start to get tired. And this is one of the things that I find a huge problem when we're also looking at the fact that so many people are believing that a hand tracking is the future. Yeah, for certain applications it is, but for something like this, all that you're creating is a very uncomfortable game, because if you're in a real kart, your hands are actually resting on the steering wheel. You're holding the steering wheel. You're not continuously engaging your muscles to keep your hands up. So, yeah, you're absolutely right that there is a limit to trying to chase realism. It needs to actually work. It needs to actually be part of the gameplay elements in such a way that you want to do that sort of interaction. But for something like this is a bad example. Absolutely. There's some stakes on the VR controllers, but if you, yeah, no, I consciously went for doing the game controller instead of doing the little joystick on the um on the XR controllers. But you can do it. Yeah, absolutely. That's another option that you can do. Is my camera actually working? My camera isn't working, is it? Why's my camera not working? My camera's not working because I was having problems. Okay, which cable is actually my camera? Is it this one? Or is that my speakers? Hold on. Camera. Sorry, guys, you're seeing a little behind the scenes now here. Activate. Come on, find my. I'm definitely having a night of interesting problems. That's for sure. And I think that might have been, that was probably why I wasn't using. Okay, let's. Oh no, let's not quit OBS. That would be a bad idea. Let's quit you. Let's quit you, because if we are going to use this guy, then I'm happy with all of that. Yeah, that's fine. That means that I can now disconnect you. But where are you? Come on. Yeah, hand tracking. All right. This is the other thing, right? So everybody's going down with hand tracking and using the UI with hand tracking, and then you need to do the pinch thingy to say, I hate it. Absolutely hate it. Oh, it's saying that there's an update in process. That's fun. I would like to disconnect you because I blew out my USB hub a couple of days ago. So that's, I think, why my camera suddenly shut down, because I'm overpowering my USB hub at the moment. Which means that I want to remove those things. Come on, I don't want you to do this right now. Oh, there we go. Yep. And you're shut up. Cool. Okay, if I take you out right now, what other things are connected here? What is this? That's my lights. I want to keep that one on. And I think these are my speakers. This should be fun. So now the big question is, am I going to have enough power for my camera? Come on, work. I'm pretty sure the camera was working at the beginning of my stream, wasn't it? Let's see. Hand tracking for productivity apps is great, but you don't do realistic hands. Hand tracking sucks for most high skill games. Yeah, absolutely. Totally agree. I'm a big believer in just using controllers and being smart with what you do there. Went through this with the GT devs. GT devs, as in Gran Turismo. Ah, cool. You worked on Gran Turismo. That's really amazing. Oh, I can't. My camera's not working, so I can't show you my setup here. My son is a big Gran Turismo player, so okay. Well, there's always other things that we can try. Okay. Okay, that sounds promising. These are. And luckily, I still have enough USB ports in the back of my PC. No, I don't want to set you up. You don't have to, because you're a stupid piece of software. It's a great camera, but it has really dumb software, which unfortunately still means that it's still not wanting to get my camera. Why not? You found it. And it should work without installing the Synapse from Razer. Come on. Camera, maybe there's a privilege thing. Let's see what this guy wants to do. Ooh, yeah. Pick my camera from the... Okay, where do I... Okay, so camera is definitely working. We have a camera here. Oh, son's playing Helldivers. So, what if I switch this one to e-tron for a sec? That's not even getting the e-tron one. Activate. Activate. USB. Yay! We have a working camera. Bloody hell. Okay, this is going to be a stream of technical difficulties today, guys. That's going to be really fun. Anyway, we have a working camera. Bloody hell. Glad my audio has been working all this time. Did I just jinx that? I don't know, but okay, we have camera working. We can put this one back to default, which should mean that we're now going to run back on our index. Yeah, come on, boot up. There we go. And of course, I'm wearing my glasses, so that's but we are now just working with gamepad. Okay, cool. And again, for what we're doing tonight, that doesn't really matter anyway, but at least everything is in a workable enough condition now. Hey, Napoleon, how you going? Worked on PSVR 2. Oh, but okay, so yeah, you didn't work on GT itself, but you talked to the GT devs, yeah. And again, oh, now that I've got this, hold on, I need to see what I'm seeing because I can't see my camera. I really need a second screen, but yeah, I got one of those. That's how you play that sort of game, even in VR. There we go. So I'm gonna keep working good. There we go. That's a bit too high. There we go. Yeah, okie doke. I really need a second screen. I've been living without a second screen for a little while, and it's actually horrendous. But I guess you get used to it. Yeah, and especially with doing VR dev nowadays, you need so many USB ports. It's one of the reasons why I stopped using a laptop and I'm now using a desktop, because I just need the power supply. But then I got a powered USB thingy with 8 ports, and it just blew up on me the other day. It's still kind of working. But yeah, I need to replace it with another one. So I'm struggling a little bit running out of USB ports and hoping that everything keeps working and keeps running. So yeah. Cool. That's made me thirsty. And that is going to require a refill. All right, how many more technical difficulties are we going to have today? I don't know. Let's see. Well, once I've got my whole USB setup all good, I'm also going to try and start using that little guy. I've got a little Elite XR, thanks to HTC, which is, I'm actually really enjoying this headset so far. But I haven't tried it in PC VR mode, but I really want to try it with the battery pack off and just connect it to a powered USB and then see how well that works. Because I think, because it's then glasses style, even though I don't think that's very comfortable for wearing long term, for dev, where you're constantly taking the headset on and off, I think that actually would work really well. So I'm excited to try that out and let you guys know how that goes. Hey Matthias, how you going? Thank you for joining. Okay, so let's see if we can actually get some development done. That was a way too hectic start of a stream. So yeah, so the reason why I just moved my world environment and my direct light into my base track, so that every track that we build from here now has, an environment and stuff. And, oh yeah, that's sometimes, yeah. sometimes it doesn't really realize that these are different instances, and when you reload it, it'll fix it up. But that's why that's looking weird. So yeah, our test track has then got it, but obviously we can overrule the environment and the light in here. We just need to make sure that we change that. And oh, look at that, it's actually screwed that up as well, which is fun. Let's just make sure that everything gets reloaded. That's usually what is what helps do that. So if we reload our test track now, there we go. That's perfect. And if I reload my base track, is that going to? Yeah. So our base track now has the nice oval. And yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Is sometimes this is a multi-mesh, and even though these are two separate scenes, and even though in code I'm creating a new. Oh, that's not where I'm creating a new one. I'm not creating a new one, so maybe that's my problem. So that's even actually in track. And that's my tire wall. That should be local to resource. Let's see if that solves that problem. So if I now load my base track, and you have that updated, I now load my test track, and that is updated. I now go back to that. That's still the same. So we were actually sharing the same multi-mesh resource instead of it creating a new one for each track. And because we were sharing, and obviously the last scene that we load, it updates the position of all the meshes in our multi-mesh, that change got shared, which is oopsie. But it solves that. Very cool. I hate it with the backpack off. I'm assuming you mean the weight is all wrong. Yeah, I would be assuming that is going to be a problem, even though it's a fairly light headset from the front. Just with the little straps, I do think that it's just gonna feel like it's constantly falling off your head. Um, which for actual VR use, I think I wouldn't want to do. But I can imagine when you're doing devs, like sitting here, where I'm only wearing my headset for like, a couple of seconds to test something and then taking the headset off again. I can, I can feel that that might be a pleasant experience. I don't know. You are right. The Pico 4 is a wonderful device as well, and a device that's very comfortable to take on and off. Um, I do like with, for instance, the Quest, where you can more easily just do this, but then you don't have your hand freed up. Um, I really miss my flip up ones, and Meta with the Rift S got it right as well. I thought the Rift S was a really good developer headset. And I think it's a real shame Meta discontinued doing the Rift. It's really weird. Which is also the reason why I'm still, as everybody who watches my stream regularly, I still use my Index. This is actually a fairly easy headset to just put on and take off. It's just easy. And for a developer, that's just so incredibly important. That's where you lose a lot of time when you do VR dev. It's constantly messing around with that, and I'm very sorry to say, the Quest is. Obviously, I've got the default strap. I don't know how much better it is with the more expensive straps. And don't get me even started about the Quest Pro. I love the Quest Pro in many ways, but the Quest Pro is a headset that you need to put on and leave on for a while, and then complain about your head hurting. But hey, that's evolution and learning and trying things out. That's part of it. Yeah, you need to, especially for obviously actually playing, and wearing the headset for a longer time. You need to have a strap that really puts it well on your face. Control Shift T. Oh, is that just? Oh, not sure why that actually loaded that one, but so yeah, explain what Control Shift T actually does. Can I? Control Shift reopen close scene. Oh, so that's so if I do this, I can do that. Ah, okay, I never knew that actually. I never used that before. Cool. Yeah, the PSVR 1 was actually really good in that way as well. And all the Microsoft headsets, they were really good for that. I had, it's buried under the other ones. I need to clean this up. I need to get some more stands so that actually all my headsets are a little bit more nicely positioned instead of all lying on top of each other. Um, but yeah, somewhere there buried there is an Acer headset which has the most horrible strap ever invented, but it does have the flip up thing, which is for developing amazing. I developed for quite a few years with that one, and I did like the experience. Yeah, third party Halos, but um, why can't one of the? Well, I actually can understand why none of the headset manufacturers prioritize the needs of developers because the money is made selling it to consumers. So obviously, the cheaper the headsets can be, the more they can sell, the more people can play VR games. And poor devs have to struggle with bad straps, but yeah, sometimes I wish there was a VR headset on the market that was specifically catering to developers and developer comfort. Ah, okay, so back to what we were working on. So in our main scene, we now have our test track here, but I'm going to actually hide our test track. Now we notice that when we hide our test track, our environment actually stays. So we're going to have to do something else for it. Our go-kart stays as well. I'm actually just going to hide that node for now. Um, the interesting thing is, of course, our collision shapes stay at the moment because hiding a node does not disable collision shapes. Um, but we're going to deal with that later. Now, in this case, I'm not going to do a complete background loading setup. We're just going to be hiding our test track until we actually need it. And instead, what we're going to be doing is we're going to add a new XR Origin 3D node in here. Thank you. And I'm actually going to put that at the top. And I'm going to put a new XR camera node in here. Excuse me. I want to keep start VR at the top. So that's what starts our VR session. Very cool. And actually, I want to just hide that one, not the track itself. That's just nitpicking. So eventually, the players are going to move into the track. Actually, that is a good enough reason for me to right now delete that. We're going to deal with that later. We're going to rebuild all that logic. So this, give it a default height just so that we can see what we're doing. There we go. So this is going to be a environment, and I'm not going to worry about the collision shapes. We're not going to be using those. But if we build this out fully, we really want the collision shapes on the track to start disabled and enable them when we actually need them. But for our main scene here, because this is the environment that we're going to start with, where we load the player in and where we can connect to stuff. That's going to just be a separate setup that lives along here. And what we're eventually going to do is that when we then join a game and we load into the track, we're going to show the track. We're going to have our players actually in our test track. So in a base track, we'll actually create the node here already just to have that ready. We're going to have a players node there. Are we going to go and put it there? Yeah, for now we might put it somewhere else, but for now I'm just gonna do it there just as an example for what we're trying to do here. Let's do our tricky here because now we can see that that's in there. Perfect. So the idea is that once we're logged on to the game, or once the race, the start button is pressed, we actually hide. What's that still there? Why is that not there? Did I just do that wrong? I probably did that wrong, didn't I? Yeah. Okay. Anyway, now it's in the right place. So what we'll be doing at that point in time is disabling this XR Origin and this camera. We're going to unhide the test track. Obviously, at that point in time, all our players will be added here. One of those entries will be us. So only one of those entries will have an XR Origin and camera properly positioned for the player's head. Which actually reminds me, we are playing in Where are we? Open XR settings. Let's disable that. Here we go. So we are playing in our local reference space. So actually what I was just doing here and placing that's done. It is actually going to be there. So that's something that I want to have here as well, so that we know that, hey, that the head is actually going to be centered on the origin point, sort of. We can stray away from it. It can remember it from the last time we ran our game that our center point was somewhere else. But when you recenter, we're placed back here. So that's what we want. The other thing that we want to do here is we're going to create a new environment for the camera that's going to overrule the environment that we have here. And this we want to just have black for now. So we're actually going to have a black background here. Unfortunately, it doesn't show that here because maybe it's because my camera's not current. Current? No, it doesn't take that over in the preview. That's only going to be in the main screen. So we're going to be floating in a black environment at the moment. We might change that, but we just want a different environment here for our main environment. Let's actually also create a folder for that. So how do I want to do that? Yeah, let's just go here and say save. No, that's not what I wanted. Save as environments. And we're going to call that main environment. There we go. So that it's easy for us to access. And then actually on our base track, I want to do the same thing. I want to go and save this environment, not here. I'm actually going to do that. And that is going to be our base track environment, just for easy access. Yeah, 360 for development, PlayStation 3 was so different from everything else. And I think also that is one of the reasons why PlayStation VR is suffering. Is even though, if you have a PlayStation VR dev kit, from all that I've heard, the dev experience is really nice. But as someone who's a a PC VR developer, there doesn't seem to be an easy way for me. Let's say that I have this game and I would build this completely out as a PC VR game. If I then want to publish this on a PlayStation, there's a lot of stuff standing in my way to dissuade me from doing so. While I know that if we had, VR capabilities on an Xbox, I know that my Windows game, especially if it supports DirectX, in theory it should work on an Xbox, especially if Microsoft, does the XR part with OpenXR. So there is a real barrier of entry for developers into those ecosystems, and to some extent even for the Quest as well. It's a separate skill that you need to learn to develop for an environment as the Quest compared to what you're doing on PC VR. So there's a lot to say that if console developers or VR hardware developers want to attract game developers to work on their system, to ensure that it's a comfortable experience, not just comfort from a VR headset point of view, but also comfort from a development point of view. The easier you make it to translate or transport your VR development experience to something like a PlayStation or an Xbox or any of the others, and that's not just true for XR, that's true for any game development. The easier that you make that, the more developers you attract to your platform.
Yeah, unfortunately I don't know about PC, PlayStation VR development. You know, I've never been welcomed in the inner circles of Sony. Obviously, the W4 Games is right now doing PlayStation console support. I don't know if they've got XR on their radar at all, or if that is interesting to them to do that for PlayStation. But I'd love to dev on PlayStation. But yeah, no idea, no experience with that. Yeah, I guess indeed the GPU side of porting is the important part. Yeah, deving for hardware is um, it's it's really interesting because when I started with this sort of thing, in the late '90s, um, you had to program your own renderers on CPU, and then the early GPU cards came out, so you really had to learn um, the GPU internals. A lot of my friends went into console development. I myself went into business development, but a lot of my friends went into developing for PlayStation One, PlayStation Two, Xbox, all that sort of stuff. GameCube. I think some of them even did Dreamcast at some point. And it's a skill set that was part of the time because in those days you also didn't have many game engines. Almost everybody was scratch building, so you had to learn how to develop against the hardware. And we're now living in a generation where many people are growing up with game engines and don't understand that level of the development process anymore, and are used to Unity, Unreal, Godot, whatever game engine you choose, solving that part, and therefore not having that insight, which is, lucky we don't need it for a lot of game development anymore, which is proven by a pretty healthy indie game dev um, environment. But if you wanna do something like VR, you do tend to quickly get into requiring more in-depth knowledge about how rendering actually works and how the hardware actually works in order to make sure things remain efficient, which is, I think, a problem there. Why is there? Let's see. Um, we're just chatting about the issue of hardware. Yeah, not hard to get a dev kit if you have a good XR game and a indie studio. You can just apply for dev. Yeah, and again, that's a problem that I then have because I'm not in that position. I started VR development because I wanted to learn VR development. And instead of just picking up a game engine and doing there, I wanted to do it myself, and I kind of rolled into Godot as a result. So my whole history is, yeah, I've been building little toy games and demos and all that sort of jazz. Um, but I'm not working in an indie dev studio on a game right now, so I've got nothing to approach Sony with and say, hey, Sony, give me, I would like to have a dev kit because I'm working on a game that I want to release on your system. So yeah, that door is a bit closed for me, unfortunately. Which is why I like so much that obviously, platforms like MetaQuest and HTC falls under that, and Pico, and you name it. They basically said, here's the tools. Go and build VR applications for our platform. We don't care whether you're doing it for a hobby. We don't care whether you're working for an open source game engine or that you're an indie dev or even a AAA studio dev. But Sony and Microsoft to a lesser degree, but definitely Sony and Nintendo, of course, as well. They kind of want you to have that end goal there. Well, Claire, I don't know what age you are. I think I met you at GDC, if I'm not mistaken, last year, but I can't picture what age bracket you were in. Um, I still hope that I have a good 10, 20 years of game development in me. So hopefully I'm not going to age out of the VR industry anytime soon. But you are right. When you do look at some of the people who were there from the start, yeah, they're nearing retirement age. So it could be interesting how that will go. Hey, Simon. Started game dev from VR, the hardest part in my opinion. As soon as I finish my game, I will now go no VR and enjoy much more computing power. But I'll use my VR good practices to optimize. Um, that is true if you focus on things like running native on Quest. Um, if and that's why it's a shame that the PC VR market is a bit slow at the moment. Um, and while you're constrained on PC VR as well, you're not as constrained. So I think the problem with VR dev is more that there is a lot of new stuff to learn that hasn't been around for 20, 30 years, and therefore there hasn't been information spread for 20, 30 years. There's so many things for normal games that is just known. What sort of games are fun, what sort of approaches you take to create a particular type of game. All sorts of game mechanics have already been done, and you can just learn from them and implement your own version. And with VR, that's missing. That's where I think the industry or the media or whoever you can blame for it has gone wrong, because they're looking at, oh, the PlayStation VR is bombing out. It must be another a PlayStation Vita story. No, it's a very different story, because the PlayStation Vita didn't reinvent gaming, which was proven by looking at Nintendo being very successful with Game Boy. And Sony just didn't market it right, didn't attract the right developers. While with VR, it's not that developers aren't being wooed on developing for the platform. It is they have to start from scratch. And for a new developer as you or any VR developer who's starting in VR, you have to learn a whole set of new skills. And I think that is what has held this industry back. And I think that's also why now you're starting to see an uptick in games coming out for the Quest. As we're now getting into a situation where the people who were here first, 10 or so years ago when VR had its resurgence, they've now gone through that process of learning the new tricks and finding out what works in VR, finding out what doesn't work in VR, finding out how to approach certain things, figuring out how to work against a constrained device as a Quest. Plus, that the Quest is, of course, Quest 3 is a lot faster when you compare it to Quest 1 or even a Gear VR. We're now seeing that the industry is catching up in knowledge to actually build these games. Notwithstanding Claire's very valid remark, is that also meaning that we are getting a new wave of developers who, because of the design constraints of a Quest, are learning that hardware level that old school developers in the 80s and 90s and early 2000s still needed, when that wasn't being taken care of by game engines, and in many ways lowering the bar to be able to develop games. Um, Yeah, Claire, don't get me wrong. I'm way behind on messages at the moment, but I'm not saying that what Sony is doing is wrong. And even when I look at Meta, who is very open for people to develop on their platform, but is just as strict and closed when it comes to actually publishing games on their stores. Um, and making sure that only if you are a serious studio with a serious game, they they open up the their access to their technical support and their engineers and things like that to make sure that your game is successful on their platform. I think that is a good thing. I think that is, okay, I was in my teens when it happened, but I lived through the Atari days and the crash there and seeing um, what the opposite of that approach entails. The only thing that I'm missing from Sony is um, that when you are looking at people like me who are tool builders and not game developers, there's a miss of entry there. And again, if I was working for Unity or Unreal, that wouldn't be a problem because of the type of company that is, and Sony knowing that if they make deals with, say, Unity for PlayStation VR support, that's going to mean more games for the platform and more higher quality games for the platform. While them approaching Godot today, well, today it might be on that threshold where that is that is starting to become interesting for Sony. But move the clock a year back, then yeah, it's not interesting for Sony to talk to me and say, "Hey, Baz, you're doing XR support for Godot. Do you want to do this on PlayStation as well?" Or even if I offer it, there's just Godot is too young. This is really what it boils down to. But we're getting there. Let's see. Thank you for your opinion. I'm targeting 90 FPS, low battery head. Yeah, 90 FPS on Quest 2 with the current state of Godot is still challenging. You can get there, especially if you make sure that you got all your settings right, you got foveated rendering on, but there's still a few things that a few bits of control that you're missing that we're working hard on to making sure that you have that. Yeah, PC VR games are 1% of the market right now. That is the big problem that PC VR has right now, because everything's been taken over by Quest, as far as VR is concerned. And that's a shame. I think that's actually detrimental to our industry. I think that as a VR dev, I really have only two choices. I can either build for Quest, which means that I need to really know what I'm doing to get the performance out. It's a very unforgiving platform. Or I can target PlayStation VR where I don't have those constraints, but where I have a barrier of entry into that system, which means that it's very hard for people to get into VR dev in a way that they can actually make a living out of it. While if PC VR hadn't died off the way that it did, anybody can develop a PC VR game with basic knowledge of what you're doing, especially with the tools that are available right now. But there's no market to sell to, which is a problem. Yeah, and Claire, you're absolutely right about the PC VR one. The only problem that the PC VR one had, and I bought one and I loved it, and I love it to this day. The only problem that the PC VR or the PlayStation VR one had was that it was very early on in the resurgence of VR. So when it was launched with a number of really good titles, but a very limited catalog, and it got this reputation of there's no games for it. Well, first of all, it's sold like crazy, and second of all, if you wait 6 months, 6 months to 1 year, those games came. When you look at, and I was pleasantly surprised at that point. I put my PlayStation VR in the cupboard, and I think it was Farpoint that got me back, which I still think was a very underrated game. The one with the aim controller, had the aim controller back in those days. And I went back to the catalog and seeing how many more PlayStation VR games there were, and how many PC VR games were ported to PlayStation VR. The problem is that at that point, the media had already decided that the PlayStation VR was a dud. And everybody already believed that there were no games, because that was true around lunchtime. But it was still an incredibly successful headset, which is, again, why I find it such a shame that that it went down that route. I am really falling behind on the things. Hold on. Can agree more regarding the view on VR in general. What you shared was on. Currently, highly suggest that VR team did not use the word. Yeah, metaverse is metaverse MR. I actually like Apple's spatial computing term. Initially, when they came up with that, I went like, "What are you doing?" But now that the Vision Pro is out, and especially the focus that Apple has, I think it actually makes a lot of sense as a term. But I also think that it's very clear, and I think it's very smart of Apple, that Apple is not positioning the Vision Pro as a gaming VR headset, but is going after a completely different market. Um, and my worry, and I've expressed this before, is because Apple is doing this, the rest of the industry wants to follow Apple, which I think, well, it might create a big vacuum in gaming for another party to step in and suddenly, because this is the problem, right? Is that VR gaming is a completely different market from what Apple is doing. And it's right now a market that Meta is really strong in. Um, it's theirs to lose, really, when you think about it. So I really hope that that they're going to be careful there, and I'm really glad, looking at the last year, that Meta has refocused on gaming. And while they're still doing, all their MR stuff and doing some really, really cool stuff in that area. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm incredibly impressed, and I think it's also very important what they're doing there. But I hope they don't lose sight of that they're holding the gaming VR market up. And it's a much more successful market than the media gives credit for, and it's kind of the same sort of situation as with the PlayStation VR. But in this case, it's because MR/AR has kind of failed up to the point that Apple is now sort of finding a way forward there. Um, for some reason, that failing has made the media or the industry or whatever you want to call it believe that VR gaming has failed, which is really far from the truth. Play Quest 2 and Quest 3 are selling great. There's amazing games on here right now. The games are selling incredibly good. So, yeah, I think that I think the media needs to wake up on that and start giving the right signal to the market. So, also use OpenXR, so I aim for mobile and can scale to razor sharp resolution for Steam VR. Yeah, well, that is the only really good advantage of doing Quest is, if your game runs really well on the Quest, you can make it amazing on PC, obviously. And if then you have a really good game, and especially if it's a game that makes use of that, you suddenly do have, a door for PlayStation VR 2 and Sony probably, inviting you with open arms in getting your game to run on their hardware. I think the biggest problem that we have there is what you don't want is for the PlayStation VR to have a legion of Quest games with better graphics. Because then it's always going to stay playing second fiddle to Quest. What PlayStation VR needs more of is, Horizon Call of the Mountain type games, Half-Life Alyx type games, the kind of games that are big in content that just don't fit on a Quest 3, not just performance wise, but also just data wise. Does Voxel GI technically run on Quest? No, not that I'm aware of. Quest is not really powerful enough to do that sort of stuff. The thing that's currently missing in Godot, or that really needs improvements, is Godot's light map technology. It's still targeted at something slightly more powerful than a Quest, but really that is what you want for lighting on that sort of thing. Yeah, and indeed, Claire, absolutely. Oh, hey, Michael, how you going? Long time no see. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Yeah, 90 FPS is really the minimum target for VR, and you really need to hit that if you want to do games. For applications, you can do application space warp and stuff like that to get away with lower frame rates and just have the reprojected frames in between. But for game dev, you really want to hit that 90 FPS. I'm in a position of killing my project and shifting or switching back to UA5, and I don't want to flip. But yeah, tough position. Yeah, Claire, that's hard. What are you working on, if I may ask? Because yeah, it's a challenge. Although Unreal is also a really interesting proposition. It's great if you go for PC or if you go for PlayStation. Um, Not heard super good things about using Unreal for Quest development, but I don't have any experience, so I can't really comment. And it's not really Unreal's market anyway. So, um, well, yeah, PCVR didn't die off. There's still a pretty there's a lot of development, and you look at Godot. 90% of Godot development is PCVR, and for good reasons. I just think that market-wise, it's just it's really behind, and therefore, because the market is so small, that you can sell to, and it's so much bigger on Quest. People just focus on Quest development. That's really what it boils down to, and I think it's sad because I think PCVR is much more accessible as a development platform, and you need that market. You need that market to be large enough for people to invest that time, because they know at the end, when they finish their game, there's the likelihood of a paycheck for them to do something with it. But yeah, there's definitely still a existing PCVR market. Just look at something like the Big Screen Beyond headset, which is amazing. I wish I had one. But it's it's still very niche. It's much more niche than a Quest is. I didn't know that Oprah was giving out quests. That's pretty cool. Back when I was working on Gear VR, I had to go down to non-lighting. Okay, so when we look at Gear VR and I think Quest 1 as well, you can see that applies to everybody. All the great games that came out on that platform was either no lighting, bake lighting, or just simple flat shading and just nice artist work in there, or very highly optimized, simplistic, old-fashioned, um, lighting calculations in there. As far as Godot's light map, like I said before, it's getting there. It's not good enough yet. And I don't know whether that is a problem with the approach that's been taken, or if that's just something that still needs to be optimized. I do know that there's a lot of improvements in 4.3, but it's not where it's supposed to be yet. But I do think it will be, because there's a lot of focus on it right now. So I do think that that's coming, and you can always do a lot of things, with your own shaders there as well, of course. Um, well, I think when you look at normal games, I'm one of them. I love VR. I love playing games in VR. I'm still playing lots and lots of Helldivers or Apex or things like that, and I think a lot of that has to do with that. What you get out of VR gaming is very different to what you're getting out of flat screen gaming, and especially if you're coming home after a long day at work, you're tired, exhausted, you just had your dinner, and you just want to sit behind your computer and relax by playing a game. Well, you don't relax playing a game when you put on a VR headset and you start running around your living room. Um, it's while I do think that VR is missing a beat there. VR is concentrating too much on boom scale games and not enough on because like the racing game that I'm building here, which we actually need to do something with in a minute. But I'm designing that to sit in my chair, put my headset on, and that's actually a scenario that I probably will prefer playing. I was playing with my son for a while, where we were playing what's it called, Elite Dangerous. He on his computer, me on mine, both wearing VR headsets. That's the kind of relaxing end of day experience I would want. That I then in the weekend when I got my day off, put up my VR quest to play, Assassin's Creed for a couple of hours. Yeah, fun. But that's not the experience that I want coming home after a long day of work. Or I don't come home, I work from home. But when I've shut down for the day, and I think that is something that the VR market hasn't really done yet. And yeah, again, looking at my son being a teenager, the adoption of VR for the new generation is bigger than for the old generation, and it's kind of comes with the territory. That's with every new technology that comes out. That obviously, the new generation will adopt it much easier than those of us who are stuck in our ways. But I do see that my son is getting a lot more enjoyment out of a number of VR experiences than I am, which probably has to do with the fact that I'm not the healthiest person anymore. I'm also nearing my 50s. So, yeah, we get different things out of it. Yeah, YouTube is actually telling people I'm live. That's good. That's a good one. Working on VR, dig stuff up and put it back together. Issue is I'm working with density fields and voxels. Yeah, the mesh shader support is killing me. Yeah, that's a hard one. That really gets you into territory that you need to customize the engine. It's currently something that is too niche for the core of Godot to focus on. So it really is one of those things that when someone really needs that and is willing to put the effort in, then there's a good chance that at some point in time there's going to be a PR that adds it in. Although it's going to be a really hard one because it's also the sort of technique that's very specific to certain hardware requirements for it to be useful. I know that, for instance, that we've left out geometry and tessellation shaders for a long time, even though behind the scenes there is actually support for them, even though it's not exposed yet. But we left it out for the longest time because on Godot 3, with the Class 2 backend to support, there was a lot of hardware that just couldn't do it. And even now, with the fact that Godot needs to run on, on Android and stuff like that, and also on older Android devices, there are a number of things that are just not available broadly enough for it to be developed in a way that someone offers up a PR where we can say that's safe to add into the system without it suddenly becoming a problem for a lot of people. So we'll roll out new updates soon as I change to OpenXR for 100% now. I'm working on Tracker Ducks on Steam. Wanted to do something different. 7 years different. Okay. Yeah, the OpenXR adoption is still a bit of a weird one. So far, I'm really enjoying OpenXR. I kind of understand its weaknesses, but I know that that's being a lot of them are being worked on. But yeah, there is a whole group of people who swear by OpenVR, and for sometimes for the right reasons, very often also for the wrong reasons. Unfortunately, OpenXR has not always been very clear explaining why certain things work the way that they do, and as a result, people are using it wrong and then getting into trouble. Then again, like in my start of my stream, the fact that I couldn't get my controllers to work on it. The first time that's happened to me, the first time that it's happened to me in a way that I have no idea why, and that it wasn't a mistake on my side as far as I can see. But generally speaking, if everything's set up correctly, that shouldn't be happening. Shift around. We're open for our weight code is in the cycle. Yeah, actually, funny enough, is that's the build that we are running on right now. So I can actually quickly show. There's still some work to be done for it to finish, but all the basic stuff is in there. But it is that one. And this is now all up and running, and not just XR weight frame is now called at the right time. And even though I haven't got it enabled here, but if you go into rendering driver and you change that to multi-thread it, and I'm not going to do it here because it's still very untested. But it will actually now run rendering in a separate thread, which means that processing of the next frame can start in parallel with rendering the current thread, which is going to be a major improvement, especially on things like Quest and stuff. So yeah, it's in a PR. It still needs a little bit of work. I'm hoping I can still make it into 4.3, but it's getting very close to cutoff day. So there is a good chance that this will become a 4.4 feature, but I'm really hoping that this gets into 4.3. About the Gear VR to participate in the Game Jam back in 2016 by Oculus. Yeah, I do have good memories of the Gear VR. It was a really nice device. I just don't get the what was it called? The Oculus Go, which was basically Gear VR as a single unit. I bought one, being very enthusiastic about it, and I think I used it twice. Yeah. It's also crazy enough one of the only headsets that I didn't get through my job. So, oh, lost to a game that was shooting your head out of a cannon like Angry Birds. Okay, yeah, I can imagine that is a horrible experience. I don't think many people will will leave that without nauseation. Without getting nauseous. Don't know. I think the most hours outside of social VR and Skyrim, etc. I think puzzling games is my chill in VR games. Yeah. Well, strange enough, I've never really gotten into social VR. So you won't find me on VR chat. I did right before it closed off, start getting interested in alt space. I do think at some point having like the bi-weekly meeting that we are having for the XR group, to have that one in, that sort of tool would be a cool thing to do, I think. But just being there for social reasons, that's not really for me. I do like to play games, multiplayer games together. Skyrim is still one of those games that is incredibly puzzling for me. I love that game, but and I do have to admit, I bought the PlayStation VR version of Skyrim. For me, that was an awe-inspiring experience, walking down the mountain and then just looking at the vistas and looking at the moon and stuff like that. The sense of scale and the beauty that VR brings, the presence that VR brings, was amazing. But the experience of actually playing Skyrim in VR, I didn't really enjoy, and I think that had a lot to do with the move controls being as crappy as they are. Maybe if I would have ever switched to the PC version, I would have felt differently about it. But it still felt like a game that was kind of rammed into VR instead of Well, for instance, Call of the Mountain, and I don't have a PlayStation VR 2. I can't justify spending the money. But I have played it. I had friends who do have it, and yeah, that experience was amazing. I really want to play through that whole game one day. Well, yeah, no, mesh shaders are not unique. It's just that it's still new and edge casey enough that that it's not something that the core of Godot would focus on. That's really what it boils down to, and it's gonna come at some point. There is enough demand for it. It's just the right people need to start working on it. And that's really what it boils down to. Hacking in my own mesh shaders into the Vulkan part of the engine, but it's an uphill. Too much time spent in engine as a solo indie dev. Yeah, and that is the downside of it. Is if you have the time, it can be incredibly rewarding to do and incredibly fun to do. But if it's really something that's, and I have that, right? I love what I do and I love what I do for Godot, but while my initial goal was just to want to work on learning how VR works and implementing VR in the engine and sort of building it out and kind of rolling into the position that I'm in right now. The long-term dream, is to eventually make a XR game, and it's kind of like, the more that you have to build on the engine instead of just building your game with an existing code set, it's kind of a distraction. It can be fun, but it can also hold you back. So I think that's for everybody to decide themselves whether, yeah. As far as OpenXR is open, OpenVR is closed. Yeah, well, that's obviously the reason that I'm a big supporter of OpenXR. Although to this day, I really really love what Valve has done with OpenVR. I think it was definitely the right API at the right time when they came out with that. The OpenVR has been such a developer friendly API, and that is a little bit what OpenXR has lost. OpenXR has, you know, OpenXR has many designs in there where it really says you have to do things the most optimal way, um, because we want to make the most optimal VR games, and especially on certain platforms that's a requirement. While Valve with OpenVR more had an attitude, okay, if we lose 5 or 10% of performance by making the API much easier to implement, we're going to lose that 5 to 10% performance because we want more VR games. It was just a really different attitude. Yeah, so again, I can't promise that that PR of mine will make it in soon. It is working. It needs a lot of testing. So yeah, and hopefully it'll make it in 4.3, but it'll definitely be in 4.4. I'm pretty sure. Oculus Go is the reason. Yeah, Oculus Go was really a stepping stone, but I guess my problem, of course, is I already at that point had an index and had a adult risk CV1. That's really what was my main workhorse for many years. And once you got that, then the Quest Go was really a step back. So it didn't really do anything for me. But as far as the technological evolution is concerned, it's yeah, well, like you said, we have the Quest Go, to thank for, or the Oculus Go to thank for eventually having a Quest. Yeah, maybe I do need to get into VR chat. I don't know. This VR chat I don't know. I just feel too old for it. It's bad of me to say. I don't know. Yeah, and this Skyrim was rammed into VR. Call of Mountain's great, but not the best VR thing. Great show off of rendering tech through though for Unreal. Yeah. Absolutely. It's, and again, I haven't played through Call of the Mountain fully, um so I don't know how big it is. I do know that the gameplay itself was relatively straightforward. It wasn't groundbreaking. There's nothing in there that hadn't been done before. Just was done really well. I do feel that the people who designed Call of the Mountain knew very well what limits to set for themselves to make sure that they had an incredible experience, which is, a good example for me, for instance, right now is Blades and Sorcery. My son is crazy about Blades and Sorcery. And from a technical point of view, I am incredibly impressed. And especially Blades and Sorcery on the Quest is amazingly done. And I know that everybody loves the fact that it's completely physics based and it does everything. I hate it. I just sort of go like, it feels clunky and um, I have trouble enough climbing a wall in real life, and now I need to do it correctly in VR. I don't want that. I want to have an experience that I feel like a superhuman in, this VR environment. I don't always need that level of precision and realism in order to enjoy a game. To be exact, that level probably works against it. He loves it because he can do crazy things with it and cause crazy things to happen when the physics, especially when the physics is doing janky things. Um, So yeah, I don't know. Again, this must be the age thing. And Claire, yeah, I build enough engines. That's actually uh, that's actually the funny thing for me as well is, I build a lot of stuff back in the 90s and early 2000s, doing demos and, being part of the demo scene and that sort of thing. And then when I got back into game development, and specifically focusing on VR, I just wanted to do the VR thing. The whole reason I chose Godot was, okay, other people will take care of the rendering. I can just focus on the thing that I enjoy doing and then build it out. And here I am helping out with the rendering side of the engine. And on one side, I'm really enjoying it. And on the other side, I'm sort of going like, yeah, but that's not what I want. So, yeah, it's really annoying is that at some point you become an expert in something and it kind of takes the fun out of doing it again and again and again. At some point you want a new challenge. Um, and like you said, at some point you just want to finish a game. So that's still, for me, a little bit further on the horizon, but definitely something that I want to do. Virtual public spaces are best avoided. Just go in with friends or enterprise. Yeah, probably that's probably what I should be trying out, or like I said, set up a VR chat room for the XR group or something like that. Yeah, um, yeah, totally understand. It's what's keeping me away from that. Thank you, Shafiq, and welcome. Oh, well, maybe that is why I still haven't really started on the topic of today is doing network code. Although this is not um, yeah, not writing the net code itself, just the layer on top of it. And this is actually for me. I've not done much on this. I've done a lot of network stuff in applications, but not for games. Um, so if we are going to get any development done today, um, it's going to be very broad strokes and just seeing how far we can get something to work. By no means feel that what I'm going to do on networking is um, the way to do things. This is me learning along with you guys. Yeah, and thanks for the kind words. It's been a really cool time. Not just learning XR, but also implementing it and getting feedback from everybody and improving it and getting it to the state that it is in right now. And I'm quite proud of the work that we've done there. Okay, so let's see where we were. So the whole idea now is that obviously we want to create a starting environment. I need to think about what the best way is that I'm going to do that. Am I going to put that into a separate scene? That might even be better. So that we can also more easily hide it. Probably a good idea. So let's go and create a new node here, and we're going to call that lobby. So we're going to start. And we're actually going to go and move that in there. And now we're going to save that guy as a separate scene. And I want to actually create a folder lobby for this. There we go. So we have our track and we have a lobby, but that also means that now we have a nice environment where we can just turn it off. And I know that it's going to be black instead of gray, but at least it gives us an idea of that there is nothing here. And obviously, eventually we'll make a nice environment. But for today, we just need enough that we have a UI that we can interact with, which also means that I do need a XR controller. Do I actually want to use my hand object there? I think I don't because, sorry, I'm just getting refamiliarizing myself with what I built so far. But this is, we can use this. because eventually I do want to make nice hands out of this. Do I need the scene? Yes, I need the scene for that. And that becomes left, and right, and this needs to go right. You can see that that goes back to default. And even if I change this to hand pose, which is what I've set up in my action map, I'm actually not getting that. So we're also going to do something else here, which I haven't really tried before, but which is going to be interesting to see. But this is going to be my... Oh, wait. Okay, so that's going to be my vehicle action set. So this action set is going to be active when we're driving. But I'm actually going to make a new action set, and I'm going to call that lobby. I'm going to call that lobby action set. So that vehicle action set. Okay. So let's start with that. Start with that. That also means that I actually want a main script here. Okay, so now, of course, the problem is that both of these will start off as active at the beginning, and that's not something we want. Okay. Okay. How did that work again? Get action sets. Oh, I do have a get action sets there. Okay. Action set. Set action set active. Okay. Those have all moved. Okay, so okay, we need to have a look at that because okay, let's go and add a new part here and say action sets. Okay. Just going to print that for now. Let's see what that actually does. Well, obviously it's going to be black right now because he's black. Okay, so the problem right now is that our action set isn't loaded yet at this point in time. I think what we're going to need to do... Oh, there's a Godot print there. That's interesting. Well, let me just check here. Well, no problem still being in Unity, Simon. You have to use what works for you. It's just as simple as that. Okay, so session begun. We probably have to be here. Okay, let's just put it here and see if we now get output. Okay, I'm gonna put a breakpoint there because maybe this just doesn't work. Debug, step over. No, we have an action set here. Oh, that's why it's printing Godot. Of course, I'm an idiot. Because I need to press save here. That's still something I need to fix, is that this is not automatically saved. So let's actually say action set. Okay, so I want to move this back to the top. Let's see if this is indeed available at ready time. Because I would prefer to check it there. Okay. Action set vehicle, action set lobby. I forgot the space, but that's fine. So we now know that those action sets are there, and we're just getting strings for the action set. So do we have a function that we can actually interrogate what the action set does, or do we just get a list? We just get a list. Perfect. Okay, that's cool. So what I now want to do is have another property here. Export var. Active action sets. Let's see. That is a fact string array. I'm going to go and default that to have our default Godot in there. Hey, we got an entry saying Godot. Perfect. Okay, I also want to have a setter here. Set value active action sets is value. It is inside tree update active action sets. All right. We're actually going to add that in there. Cool. I'm going to move that in here. What we are going to do now is double check if we in fact have an interface and if it's active. And then here we're going to say our interface sets action set active action set, and that is now active action sets as. So if we can find this action set in our list of action sets, we're going to set up active. Else we're going to set it as inactive. Yay! And we suddenly have a way to switch. Now, in this case, we're obviously not going to use our default Godot. The action map that we want to have active by default is our lobby. So that's the action set that we're going to be getting. That means that we do need to use a different hand pose. And why is this here? Sometimes it does the weirdest thing. What is that? That is our lobby. Why is that? It's adding more and more. That's already there, dude. What are you doing? Wink, wink. Okay, hopefully it'll stop doing that. Okay. So that means we do have to do something about this. Because we can't have the same action in each action set, I think. That's also something that I still need to figure out how to make work properly. But because the default hand keeps going back, because you can see that it's changed back to default again, which is such a weird bug. I really need to fix that. For some reason it's overwriting. I think it's because the tracker is being set after the pose is set. Then it goes weird, and here it's nicely inheriting properly. Maybe that means that I need to make sure that I actually don't have something set here. If I leave that at default. Maybe I'm going to leave both on default here. That means that I need to now correct it over here. So let's reload lobby in. Where's my lobby? Okay, that's going to be left hand. Let's call that one, I'll call that lobby hand. The only one that I'm having problems with. Right hand. Lobby hand. Let's see if it remembers that now or if it's going to screw it up again. See, now it remembers it. So it's got something to do with the way the order in which the default properties are being set. Which also means that we now have to find our vehicle. Where is that? Oh, that's still in here. I really need to move that. No, not you. Okay, so let's make sure that this is set and pose. Okay, then here as well. Pose, okay. Which now also means that obviously I do not want this anymore, because now it's not failing anymore. At least I hope it's not failing anymore. So let's go and create our lobby hand here. Just going to call that hand pose as well. And that's going to be a pose. And here we want to do a select. So we're going to select something. We actually need a lobby here as well. Maybe we should just be consistent in the naming. It's a bit overdone, but there is a definition in OpenXR where you should be able to use the same action in both sets, and then the set with the highest priority that's active, and especially because here we're switching between the two active action sets. There is only going to be one active, that they should be able to have the same name and work, but behind the scenes, the actions are getting unique IDs. So this action, even if it's named the same, is a different action from that action. It's still something that I'm trying to figure out, and I really need to ask some questions on the OpenXR forum about that, because that's still a problem that's not working the way that it's supposed to. But for now, we can work around it in this way, and it will do what it needs to do. All right, the other thing that I really want to change at some point is right now, when we're over here, we're going to see all these mixed. And what I really need to have is a selection here that I'm setting up the mappings for a specific action set. Notice that I'm using the aim pose in this case, because the idea that we have in our menu system is that we actually point at things. So the actions, when you're looking at action sets, if you have multiple action sets, and we would do, if we would just do this, hand pose, hand pose. So both action sets have an action called hand pose. Then that should be the same action. They should not be two different actions. Both sets should have the same action. It's just whatever set has the highest priority, or the active action set that has the highest priority, should be using that pose. And we should be using the bindings of that pose in the action set. But when you are retrieving that, or when you're querying the state of that action, you're actually querying the state of the action object that you've created within this set. So I've never found a way to actually query hand pose and have it give me the action state of whatever action set the hand pose is currently active for. And that might be something that I'm doing wrong in code. I'm not sure. But that's something that I'm still struggling with. That behind the scenes, these are two different actions that have been created. Yeah, exactly. So you create an XR path for that, but you're creating, if you're looking at the OpenXR spec, where are XR creates action? I think it is. Not create action space, just create action. Here we go. So, well, we can actually kind of see it here. You create an action set, and then you create an action within that action set. So, and it's that action set that you are querying, if I'm not mistaken, when you're querying the state of that action, of the teleport action. So um, later on, this teleport action is being queried here somewhere. Where are we? So get action state Boolean, teleport state. So yeah, that is going to teleport action. But that is the teleport action that has been created in relation to this action set. So if I create a second action set and I create a second teleport action, which happens to have the same name, that's still a different action. It's still a different action object. So I'm querying the action object for the inactive action set, not for, that's the bit that I don't get. And maybe both will give the same output. I don't know. Yeah, it is. There's plenty of things where the action set system, I really like it. There's a lot of things that I like about it, but it is, for my feeling, it's too close to how you would do things in a traditional game instead of how you do things in a VR game. And it's actually a constant, well, I wouldn't say argument, but it's a constant discussion within the group that I'm a part of. Because, again, with Godot, we are doing a lot of stuff contextually. So the left hand is interacting with the world. So in our case, what we have is, for instance, we define a hand pose, and we use that both on the left and right hand, and we are querying hand pose for each hand. While when you officially look at it, you should just be querying hand pose and not care what hand it's bound on, and therefore, when you really read between the lines, we should have a left hand pose and a right hand pose. That's dumb in my eyes, especially when you're doing logic. I don't care whether it's left or right. It is, I'm using one of them and I want them to work both the same way. If I pick up something with my left hand, I don't want to have, let's say if I, on my trigger, I have, fire gun. I don't want to have left hand fire gun and bound that to the gun that I'm holding in my right hand. It doesn't make any sense. My left hand is holding the gun object, so the gun object is going to check the fire action of the hand that it is part of. It should be the same action in that sense. Okay, so there's some weird little things there. And again, I don't know if this means that if I have that it's set up like this, even though these are two actions, that these actions will now, regardless of whether this action set is active or not, will give me the same value based on the logic. That's really where it's very unclear. Well, the multi-modal stuff, and this is where I've had a lot of discussion, and where I'm very glad there's now a hand interaction profile, even though nobody's implementing it, which I'm quite pissed off at, actually. And we finally got to the point, we had everybody on board, everybody's understood the urgency, but only Magic Leap so far has actually implemented it. Because the thing is, when I am holding my touch controller, then my touch controller is now bound to /user/hand/left. When I let go of that and now hand tracking, then my hand interaction profile gets bound to my left hand. And if you use the hand interaction profile correctly and you map the gestures properly to your inputs, everything works without changing a single line of code in your application. Yet, the path that many have gone down to is to say, if you have a controller, you use the action map. If you have a hand, you forget that you have an action map and you do something completely different. And somehow, magically, you need to make sure that you write all the code to switch between the two modes. And now you suddenly have all your interaction logic double because You have to check whether, you have a controller in your hand. And if you have a controller in your hand, you have to check the action map. Oh, if you don't have a controller in your hand, you have to write all your own code to figure out finger positions. Or if you're on a quest, you have a special extension that you can. It's just a mess. So yeah, I really hope that people start implementing the hand interaction profile, and we can clean up all that mess and no longer deal with all that mess and actually do something that makes sense. Well, XD hand tracking gives you a skeleton, right? That's not input, that's visualizing the hand. You have to add a whole bunch of extra logic in order to tie gestures in your hand to actions in your hand if you have an interaction profile. So the one that I'm talking about is this beauty here. Where are you? Hand tracking, hand interaction. Sorry, hand interaction. So this adds an interaction profile to the action map, and if you're in hand tracking, that's the profile that becomes active. So let's pretend that the sync controller is our actual hand tracking controller. I can now map a number of gestures. So we have, well, this is all the descriptions, but I want to see if there's an overview here. So we've got all these nice little inputs. And with the game that I'm making right now, I can map all the things that I need to map, to my little action set, because I have my pose, which in this case is this little guy. I have my select, which in this case will likely be, which one is it? I think it is the pinch. I think it's pinch. I think it's pinch value, but could be pinch ready. I always mix those up. Again, I can't use this yet because nobody's implemented it yet, but I can map that. Now, obviously, haptic is in this case going to not be mapped because I don't have haptics, but I can make my whole system work with that interaction. I don't need to build a whole system on top of the hand interaction. I'm still going to use hand interaction to visualize that, and actually, that's probably something we should add in right now. I'll need to have a quick look. Do I have those? Where do I have those? Is that in my from others folder? Let me see. Where is maybe he's actually no. This is just doing the whole avatar, so that won't be in there. Where did I do that? Is it hand testing? Is this the one? Yeah. So that was not this way. They're in assets. I need to be in there. So TLTF. And I want you. Oh, there's a separate bin file, and I want you. Okay, cool. And here, of course, I don't have the bloody thing working, which is going to be interesting. Where were we? I think this assets. Cool. All right. Oh, I forgot to copy half of the stuff that I need. How good is that? Projects from others, test suite, assets. Where are they? Oh, here. Oh, hand. Was it just a hand that I got an error on? Just a hand PNG, okay. Okay, so I probably need to re-import those hands now. No idea what that error message means. I'm gonna ask that to Malcolm one of these days. Okay, so I'm just gonna add this in. Well, that actually means that I want to have a separate left hand and right hand scene. Okay, where are my hand scenes here? So right now, I just have that as a cube. Okay, so okay, so I'm gonna make a left hand scene here. Left hand humanoid. I probably want to change the way that I'm doing this. Yeah, I'm gonna want to change the way I'm doing this. For now, because it's gonna hide that one. It's not gonna care about this. We're gonna go and just rename this mesh just so that the script keeps working. But the thing that I need now. Okay, do we need to change this for extra hand? Yeah, maybe I'm just going to do this as a new scene because that makes much more sense. And I'm actually going to go and just change that here. And I'm going to worry about the other one later. And that's a good one. I probably don't need my aim pose at this point. Well, that's the other problem, Claire. And the only other thing that I get OpenXR's decision here, but at the same time it's annoying. Is the OpenXR action map system, and really the whole way that OpenXR is configured, is for building a VR only game with controllers / hand tracking. The moment that you have other types of input, like for instance you're building a racing game, like what I'm doing, you're getting to a point where things kind of stop working. So yeah, there is that. Anyway, I'm gonna just take these out for now. I am gonna put them back in, but I'm actually not going to be using those because we actually need very different things. So I'm actually going to do XR hand modifier here. That's going to be on our left hand. Now I'm going to add my left hand humanoid in there. And I'm going to have editable children for that. And on here, I want to go and assign that to skeleton. There we go. Yeah, I want full, I want left. That's cool. So that's going to be our left hand. Let's add another one of those. Hand modifier. Right. And right. Here we're going to add our right hand in there. Which actually reminds me, we'll want to have a light in here. So let's go and put a directional light in place for this. Make it go from down. Let's move you up a bit. Don't want to go straight down. A little bit from the side. Okay. Children. Right hand. Assign skeleton right hand. Okay. Let's see if we're lucky enough to actually get tracking on our thing right now, or if that is going to go horribly wrong. And of course, I think my hand tracking thing is off. This is the downside of making everything black. We don't see anything. Maybe just for now. Where are we? Camera, environment. let's for fun just temporarily put a procedural sky in. Oh yeah, that's not going to show it here, of course. But that's fine, just so that we can see that actually something's moving. So yeah, we can look around. Oh, hands are over there, but they're not being tracked, obviously, because that's still not working properly. But we also need to go in here. Open XR, we want to go and enable our hand tracking. So are you tracking now? Okay, so there we go. We have a fully working and articulated hand. It's a very ugly hand, but it's a hand. Yay. Okay. And if I take another controller, okay. So here that we're using the actual hand tracking extension for positioning fingers, but we're just doing this for visualizing. So we don't have any logic that will react on any of these gestures. Of course, we're also using index tracking right now, so it's actually inferred hand tracking. It's coming from our controllers sensors. And again, that's where there are structural differences between how Quest does it and how our good friends here do it. But that at least is working, so that's pretty cool. So that brings in our left hand and our right hand, but that is pure. I'm actually going to go visualization, right hand, visualization. All right. Because we're still wanting to go and use our aim. Why is this debugger throwing lots of errors? Huh, action set is empty, is true, returning false. Okay, that means that our change in main isn't working yet, or did I forget to do something in main? So here, oh, we forgot to, I thought we changed that. Okay, clear. Is that now working? Are we? Yay! Now it's happy. Okay. No more hundreds of debug errors. Yay! Where is that coming from? Main. Oh yeah, we just add that main. Okay. Pretty sure this is what gets rid of those. Where's the other ones? Right here. Okay. I don't like warnings, but if I can fix them, I fix them. So in our lobby, we now have those nodes just for, thank you, just for visualizing those. So the way this works is actually that our left hand modifier is actually positioned at the root of hand tracking. So that is using our hand tracking extension. And, you know, I would actually like to move that a little bit out of the way and maybe a little bit of down just as a default position. And then here as well, 0.5 minus 0.5, just so that it's out of the way. Perfect. And something that we probably want to do here is an ambient light. There we go. That's actually good enough. So we just have at least a little bit of ambient light in there, regardless of, because eventually we're gonna remove our sky and just have our UI here. So yeah, we're just using that for visualization. The hand is placed at the right position, and then by setting the target to the skeleton of our hand, we're actually both positioning and articulating the hand. So that's all working nicely, but there's no additional logic here that's trying to figure out what gestures you're making or anything like that. And it's purely for visualization. The other thing that I really would like to do, let's go and create a lobby script here. We don't care about you, Delta. But what I do want to do here is dot visible. And now I need to have a look at the help for that hand modifier. Because these are all new nodes in Godot 4.3. So I'm not fully up to date yet with exactly how everything works. Okay, hold on. That's from, no, this is Node 3D. Okay, we haven't added that actually as a capability, so I wanted to make them invisible when they're not being tracked, but I have to ask Malcolm about that, whether we forgot to do that or whether there's something else going on there. Anyway, that script will eventually come in handy, I'm sure. So let's add separate controllers here, in which we're not going to do anything else, but well, we might add some raycasts on these. No, not as a. Okay. I'm actually going to go on this lobby impose. Impose for selecting. So that's becoming left hand. Actually, let's go and save that guy. So that is remembered. So let's actually set that all up so that we can actually start using those things. Okay, so we're going to go select click. It's going to be our select item. Haptic is going to be on both. I'm going to do the same thing here. Select item. Haptic is going to be on both. There we go. Cool. Okay. Do the same for touch. So again on aim pose. On aim pose. What are we going to use as select here? Let's just use our triggers. Now, the triggers have a, what you call it? Because these are, well, this one actually needs to be a bool. The triggers do have a threshold issue, but we'll deal with that later. I think for the trigger, it's kind of okay. And let's just add the haptics in there, even though we will not be using them most likely. Or maybe we will. And here, again, same thing, aim pose for the aim. Aim pose for the aim. Here for the select. And our haptics. Okay, so this does mean that if you are not using controllers, if you're using pure hand tracking, even though our hands will be visible, our interactions won't work because we don't have the interaction profile working yet. There's no way that we can actually interact with our hands, which is okay for today. I really do not care for where we are today. Okay, so that's going to be that one. Edit. Go, and here as well. Edit. There we go. All right. Let's go and set up a a raycast for this. Raycasts. So we can point at something. Let's actually, no, we don't really care. That needs to go in the direction of the Z. We do not want to go in that direction. We actually want to aim properly. We're gonna disable that to begin with, because we're gonna enable just one. Don't care about anything else. Don't care about anything else. Okay, so I now want to go and save this in the lobby as our selector. Boink. Selector. That means we're going to go and now also put one here. There we go. But we only want to have one active. So we want that one enabled and we want that one disabled. Or do we want the other way around? Don't really care. What I also want to do is do a button pressed on this, and we just go to lobby. And on the right hand, I also want to do a button pressed. There we go. Cool. Don't care about you actually. Left or right. I wasn't play. Don't we have? Okay, let's search for that. No, we just have joints for that. I thought we had something there. Okay, so we are going to define an enum for this. Enum and left and right, and of course I've got a comma there. There we go. Okay, ready. This will make sense in a minute. Okay, so here we're going to do enable. Why does that not? Oh, I want it on the selector. This is how it goes. Yay! Is left or right is hand left. Now we're going to go for a right hand selector enabled. Of course, needs to be double is. Okay. Here we're going to say if so, if we press our left button, we're just going to switch over to our left hand. No, that's not what I want to do. I just want to call this. That's why I wrote it. There we go. And this we go and do the other way around. We'll leave that for in a bit. Okay, so that should switch between those two, which now means that if we go into our selector, actually, let's go and call that selector. That also means a script. Now, one thing that I don't like is we can't override the setters for this, I think. Especially because it's an internal setter. So we're going to have to do this the old-fashioned way, because obviously I want this to be I want this to be visualized. So we're going to add a mesh instance to this. And that's just going to be box max is fine, but it's going to be nice and small. Probably going to be even smaller than that. Let's make that 2. But then the positioning, where is it? Oh, I'm not far enough. Let's make it -2. There we go. Okay, perfect. That does not make sense. Oh yeah, the length needs to be 4 here, so that should be long enough for what we want to do. Okay, let's give that a standard material for now. I don't really care for optimizations or anything like that. I actually want that to be transparent. I do not care about that. I do not care about shading. I just care about this being some sort of shade of red. There we go. Cool. So now what we want to do here, and this is a bit overdone, but it is what it is. What we're simply going to do here is visualize dot visible is enabled. So only when this one is enabled do we see it. Cool. All right. Okay. Let's see what we have. And again, I don't even know if this is going to be working. This is also where I'm not too happy that when it's not tracking hiding. Oh. Okay, so our hand tracking works, but our action map is still broken. How lovely is that? So what the heck is going on with OpenXR at the moment? Or with SteamVR, I should say, because it's only on SteamVR that it's not working. Makes no sense at all. I think we're going to go back to just using my trusty little. Let's hope that it doesn't screw up my my camera feed again. Oh, more debugger issues. What now? Did it undo that again? It undid that again. That does not work. What the? What the heck? We are not having much luck today, are we? All right, we're going to do this differently because obviously this is not working. Don't care about you. Don't care about you. We're not going to do you here. We're just going to do you here. No, that needs to now be node. Yeah. Okay. This ready should be called after that ready, I think. Okay, let's see if that had anything to do with our no, our tracking is still not working. Well, that's definitely going really wrong, isn't it? You're in the wrong place, dude. Slowly getting better, slowly getting closer. But yeah, action map is still completely a complete dud, and I do not know why. Something's gone haywire here. Okay, hold on. Let me. Oh, ha ha ha. Yeah, good thing that we checked that. If name we connect, and I'm actually going to make an action name. Because obviously we want to have the right thing there. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's we don't have to worry about that. That's there we go. Okay. We're gonna have to go and pub. Okay, restart you. Okay, that's good enough. This is so weird. Yeah, let's go start up. Hello. Are we going to work? Okay, what's going on here? Okay, it's active. I'm gonna restart then because something went wrong here. All right, you're back. Are you restarting? Maybe I just was too quick with doing something. I probably wasn't ready yet. Confirm boundary. Link. Cross link. Launch. Okay. Cool. Okay. Boom. That should now be working. That should now be working. That is over there. So let's see if this now wants to work. So we still have now it's with hand tracking. This one is a little screwed up for some reason. I thought we had fixed that, but obviously these are not the right hands. But anyway, and if we now switch over to controller, so we can now see that's moving. But my data source thing isn't working. That's not cool because that is supposed to work. Oh, that might be, hold on, that might be something on, oh, that's probably not supported here yet. That is supported on the headset itself, but not yet in Quest, because that was the other problem that Quest does not support inferred, or did not support inferred hand tracking. So the moment that you picked up your controllers, you had controller tracking, but you no longer had the visualization of hand tracking. And they added that in the headsets. So we enable that now if you're running in the headset, but if we're running through PC VR mode, that is not yet available. Hooray! I am not having any luck today. However, that said, for what we intend to do today, I really do not care as long as I've got my pointers. I'm really disappointed that OpenXR on SteamVR is suddenly misbehaving. I really do not understand why SteamVR is being so weird. That makes absolutely no sense. Don't need to start that up. Thank you. Go away. So I'm hoping that might just be a matter of rebooting my computer, and then hopefully it'll work again, because this has always worked so far. So I really don't know what broke. Unless my my PR that we're running on right now for what you call it, for multi-threading is going in the way. It has again added this. Why? Why? Why do I have? And here we've got suddenly a second light in there. All right. You know what? I'm actually going to close this off for a sec. Just in case that it's to do with that, I'm just going to go and say check out master. In case someone has fixed things, I'm going to pull master. Although maybe I should go back to one of the dev builds. I don't know. Bear with me while this compiles. All right, this is going to take a few minutes, so I don't know if anybody in chat got something interesting to talk about. I am out of drinks. I think I need to just fill up my bottle of water. Okay, while that compiles, I am just going to fill this up with water. I will be back in a second. There we go. Well, compiling fully. The source fully always takes a little while. That will be there in a sec. Still working properly. Why is that? Resume, please. Why are you not? staying there. That's why I want to update that anyway. While we're in it. Oh, that's not working. Okay, cool. For some reason it had gone out of QuestLink, which is interesting. Sorry, guys, this is a little intermission. Let's get in there. I don't think we're going to get very far with networking. We're going to very distracted and big tangents here, but actually, while this all runs, no, I first want to test whether this fixes a few things, at least the editor, or whether we're just going to find out that things are broken in the current master. It's absolutely possible. It is, of course, master, so that is somewhat to be expected. Yeah, still has that in place, which is really annoying. Okay, so if I go into lobby, that's cleaned up this time. So I have no idea. Okay, if I play this, oh shit, it's set to Steam VR. It shouldn't be. Stop. We need to go here. So yeah, we're probably going to get Steam VR booting up in the background, but all right. So whichever one we press it, the trigger last gets our selector, and obviously we now need to start interacting with something. All right, and for that, so here we can see that we are switching over to our Oculus Touch profile. This is the bit that I was looking for with the index controllers. So the fact that this isn't happening when I'm using the index, just checking if SteamVR was opening. This not happening when I'm using the index is what is showing that, you know, something's broken at this point, and I don't get why. You know, obviously OpenXR is working, because else we would have the same problem here. So is my index controller entry wrong, or I don't get it. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Is there something else that I'm missing? I don't know. I need to align this properly. Center align, stupid. So yeah, it's really weird. I honestly do not know why. Why this is happening. It makes no sense. Just keep an eye on that thing doesn't come back here. Okay. So that's now controlled there. We'll deal with that later, the rest. Here we have our character set up properly. So probably what I want to do here, let's just move these out of the way for a sec. Yeah, so the thing that we also want to do here is create a func process. There we go. And we want to do this. There we go. And what we want to do here is select dot visible is dot get track. Striking data. Okay. I want to do that for the same for the rights. Hand selects. Right hand selects. Cool. Actually, what I'm going to do with this is make it a bit more smarter. If true, I know this is a bit weird that I'm writing this out. Actually, yep. And what I want to do here is now if the rights is oh, I need to do it on the other one. So if we don't have tracking data, the tracking is on the left hand. We're going to move it to right. And in this case, we're not going to swap it back, I think. Actually, let's do that. This also means update. And let's just completely change this over to right hand selects. No, not done that. And this is going to be right. Go back to okay. And actually, it's going to move that here. Move that. Oops. Here. I was wondering if we should just do the update hand logic. If we're checking every frame anyway, we actually don't need to do that. We're actually going to change that over. That'll just correct itself the next frame. That's fine. Which now means that one can go over here. And here it's going to be false. This one can be over here. And here it's going to be false. Okay. So that now means that if we're not actually bound on our action map, then we don't accidentally get those working. This should not show us any different unless, because I'm doing hand tracking right now. Well, that's the other thing, of course, is that our hand stays there because that's the last time that it tracked. That one stays there because I'm not getting data whether it actually is doing something or not, which is annoying. But my my things there work. Okay, cool. That's the thing that I cared about, and I could see that they were neither of them were shown when the action map wasn't bound. So at least we have that. But yeah, the visualization part is. I'm not surprised by that. I'm surprised that there isn't. To modify the 3 must be. Yeah, so it's going through that. Oh, what? Why is this different? Left, okay. Skeleton 3D node not set. Yeah, because there's no skeleton 3D node here anymore. What is going on? Oh, that must be still in here. Oh. These are hands. Did I do something wrong here? Change time. Back. Yeah. Handbrake is left on updates. Cool. Mm-hmm. Skeleton modifier. Oh. Huh? Okay. That's right. So it wants it to be this now. Okay. Well, that's how it wants to work now. So did I just go into an between version, or am I just going crazy? I must be going crazy. Okay, that does mean that I do want to test it now out on this guy. At least make sure that my hand tracking is still working the way that it should. Take this off. I can't see what I'm doing. This is the annoying thing when you have a headset that doesn't have pass-through. You cannot see what's going on. There we go. Okay, this is really weird. Oh, okay, but now it's no longer positioned. So, and that makes sense because we still don't have the action map working. I was kind of expecting that. I don't know what changed, but something broke between what I was on. This must have been a very recent change. Hold on. Let's see if there is a PR for that we can actually. Oh. We can actually distill what has changed and why. Let's have a look if Malcolm changed anything recently. Okay, let's just go. Modules. No, not modules. Scene. 3D. That modifier. Okay, it was changed 20 hours ago. Is it in here? Let's see if that removed. No, that's just. So let's remove the target. Okay, can we see what this came from? Stop opening things that I don't want you to open. Okay. This one? All right. Well, that is reason enough for me to just disable those for now and not worry too much about that and just concentrate on the selector thing, which is the bit that we really need today. But, you know, that is unfortunately part of active development. Sometimes things get changed, and I can kind of see why. This is not a bad change, but sometimes it has unexpected side effects, which is a shame, but it is what it is. Okay, so I just want to at least get to a point today that we've got some of the UI in place so that I guess next stream we're actually going to do the network stuff. This has been quite a bit of a tangent. And for that, I am actually going to steal some stuff from XR Tools. Let's see if we can just copy them in and fix them up instead of having to build something from scratch. Because I don't want to use the whole of XR Tools for this. It's just not useful. Where are you? Assets. Go XR Tools, add-ons, XR Tools, objects. So I need all of these. Where is, I guess that one. Okay. Let's just do it like that for now. But I'm probably going to have to fix up some of the paths manually. Window, folder, projects. Yeah, let's do it like this. Okay. Oh, that's an interactable body. Dang it. I don't really want to rebuild this all from scratch, but I also don't want the full complexity of this in there. All right. I'm actually going to delete all of these things, but I'm going to keep the keyboard. Virtual key. Yeah, that's cool. And then this. This is going to be like this, and we're going to take the extra tools out of there. Okay. Okay, then we can go. So I think that will work. Because really, that's the only bit that is hard to rebuild. Why is that still using extra tools? Oh, because it was doing that. I think that would always be the parent, wouldn't it be? I think so. Pretty sure that's always the parent, so that's one way that we can get around this. Keyboard. Let's see if we can open this without any problems. Trying to assign value of no TD to a variable type of virtual keyboard 2D. Where? Line 26 of keychar here. Okay, so is that the parent of the parent? Dang it. I thought this one was much simpler. That's all full tool script. That's a full tool script. Let's just go and undo that, just so that at least we can open this thing properly. And then indeed figure out what it is that we need to do. Now the other thing is this canvas layer, so why didn't it default to that? That's weird. Okay, so we got a background, got a standard, and then we got all our keys. Yeah. Okay. We'll do it. I'm not 100% sure that actually was fixed, so really? Is the print not working, or is the code not working? Okay, what? Yeah, those problems are there. This is a tool script. So the port's supposed to run is ready function when the scene is opened. And it's not running. I'm not having any luck today. I'm absolutely not having any luck today. Why isn't it running through the bloody code? It is a tool script. I'm not really going to care about it. As long as it ends up working, I'm happy. So there's our keyboard. Very cool. So in our lobby, we're going to want to have a screen that we can use. So viewports. Do we want to to start with the mesh. No, we want to start with the mesh instance. Mesh instance. That is going to become a quad mesh. There we go. And how big is our keyboard? 400 by 200. I think that's a great size. Okay, there we go. The keyboard. We'll position that properly later. Now we need a sub viewport for this, which is going to be 400 by 200. There we go, and probably, and here we're going to get your further keyboard. There we go. We're rendering our keyboard on that. Yay! All right. And now here, we're going to want a material, which is going to be transparent, which is going to have unshaded, which is going to have a viewport texture. Okay, one thing that I want to do here is copy. We're actually going to put this on this level. Paste, which means I can now clear it out over here. Okay. And this one needs to be local to scene. And right, can't see for the life of me. Here we go, all the way to the top. Viewport texture, assign viewport. We have a keyboard. Yay! We can't interact with our keyboard yet, but we have a keyboard. Okay. Cool. Maybe just a little bit down there. No idea whether that's going to be too close or too far away, but we'll deal with that once we're a little further. Cool. I'll duplicate this and make that screen. Move that up a bit. Don't have rotation here. This one should have a new quad mesh. This one we're going to make square. Don't worry, it's not going to have a keyboard on here. So we're going to go and delete that. Here we're going to have a similar setup. Okay. Actually, this background, how's that? Yeah, that does have that. Okay, cool. So here we're going to get a canvas layer. UI. Make sure we're going to call it UI. The lobby UI. We're going to have a color rect on this. That is going to have a size of 400 by 400. That is now going to be slightly transparent. I don't know what sort of color I really want there, but let's just give it a transparent color so we have at least something visible. Save branch as seen in lobby. It's going to be our lobby UI. There we go. Which also means that this needs to have make unique. There we go. And now new viewport texture. Assign this viewport. Okay. Cool. Hey, Wilhelmer, how are you going? You've caught us at the end of a stream that has been a bit of a struggle so far. But, yeah, we ran into some interesting little problems. Okay. All right. So let's just see whether this is looking okay. Let's start there. Oh, I didn't want to start this in defaults. Let's go back to that one. Ooh, finally got a headset to play around with. That is good. Okay, so okay. Obviously, we don't have any shapes yet that we are going to be able to interact with. Okay. Because with something like that, it starts to get interesting whether yeah, I don't mind actually doubling up on that. Actually, that means that I want to have an area 3D here. And now we're going to go and put our keyboard in there. Oops. Keyboard in there. And I'm actually happy to do then our sub viewport separately. Do we want to have a sub viewport before a mesh? I think we do. Okay, that also means all those selectors. We want to actually collide with areas as well. The other thing that we want to do is, seeing that we're doing process anyway, we're also going to say if visualize, now we're going to say actually if enabled, we are going to say if is colliding okay. Get collider points. That's what I wanted now. Get collider points. Okay. And that should now be global transform inverse times get collision points. So that should now be at in our local space, which means that we can use our Z to change things up. So that also means that here I actually want to make my length 1. There we go. Okay. So the first thing that we're going to do here is visualize dot position dot z is at dot z times 0.5. So we're going to place that halfway around, and we're going to do visualize dot scale dot z is the absolute value of z else -2 and scale by 4. Okay, let's see if that works. Oh, we don't have our area set up correctly yet. We still need to do that for the screen itself, but we're just purely doing it for our keyboard first. So here we're going to have a collision shape, which is going to be a box, which is going to be 0 0.4, 0 0.2, 0 0.01. That should give us a nice collision shape around, around the keyboard. Cool. Have to restructure the other one soon too. So now, when I hit that, we can see that it nicely ends up hitting in local space. Cool, sweet. Oops. Just knocked some stuff over. Okay, let's do that here as well. Actually, let's make that first. Keyboard. Actually, I'm going to rename that to match. And now I'm going to add an area here as well. Boom. I'm going to add the screen there. We're going to add the viewport. Now I want to get the viewport there. And now I want to have a collision shape. And this collision shape is again going to be a box shape, but now we're going to go 0 0.4, 0 0.4, 0 0.01. There we go. Cool. Alrighty. Cool. That's not going to be screen. That's going to be mesh. All right. So. Sweet. Actually, only going to be colliding with areas because this is purely for that stuff. So I'm going to figure out what we're colliding with. Very cool. Which means that we're also going to go and put a script on this. That can actually just go in objects, and that is going to be thing has to have a name. Don't really care. So yeah, we're just going to go for the viewport here. All right. Whatever. You know what? I'm going to call that Eve. There's probably going to be more that we need to do there, but for now, that is enough. I'm also going to do viewports. Is actually no, we're just going to go and do that with the dollar sub viewport. Yeah, no. That's a little bit cheating, but for now, I think. Oh. Okay. Here we need to use the same scripts. There we go. Oh, there's no bar there. Always forget that. Let's just start with basic mouse interaction and see if that wants to do something. That should trigger our mouse over logic and stuff like that. Okay, so. Okay, that's all cool. Reclining. We can keep our walls there. Okay, so we get our collider. That's what we're reclining with. We get our location that we're reclining at. We use that to adjust our visualization. So here we're still going to do, if we have a colliding width, we need to go and call leave. There we go. Here we're going to say if we had that and width is not equal to colliding with cool colliding width is width. Now we're going to go and have to do that like this. If we changed, then if we had one, we unset that. We don't care about that. Then we set this, and we're doing colliding with selector enter colliding X, and then no, that's not gonna. You know, colliding at is going to be vector 2 at dot x at dot y. We're going to ignore the z. We don't care about that one. We also need to unify that, I think. Okay. No, that's something that we'll handle inside of the viewport interaction. Yeah, we'll do that there. Okay, cool. Else we've just moved. New where new colliding. Boom. Actually, let's do it like this. Okay. So it's a move. So obviously we still need to do button down stuff, but this at least allows us to move our cursor around on the screen. Cool. Actually, I also want to quickly do keybox. Layout, transform, 10, just to get it off of it. Hbox container, that's going to be I don't know, address label. That's going to have a minimum of 100, and then we want a text edit here, and I want that to have a minimum now of 280, I think, maybe a little bit less, 270. There we go. That allows us to at least test whether we can type something in, even though we're not going to have any sort of protections on that for now. Okay, so we have all that, we have all that. Now we need to do this script and say bar vent mouse yeah, because that is just a mouse event. Okay. Just a button mouse, that's fine. Does global position work in this case? Yeah, that's the whole point. We don't have a root viewport in this case, guys, because we're not using no stuff. That's just a screen relative. Yeah, and that's all stuff that doesn't work with what we're doing. Well, it's going to have to work with only the things that we can make available, I guess. That's the problem when we are what do you call it? When we're making stuff. Okay. Where are we? There, So I think I want to do the mouse button mask in here already. Can I do that? Because we don't really have a leave and enter. That's the thing. When we go to a different screen, we're not really leaving the old screen. And that's where, it would really be nice if we were able to actually do that on a sub viewport. Can we kind of create that virtually? Clear it now. That's all that. There's no properties we can control that steer the mapping. Because that would be really cool if we could sort of position them sort of like a virtual space, so that if you go from one window to the other, it kind of works. I'm actually going to make this simpler. I'm going to take this out. I'm not going to care about this. I'm actually not going to care about this. So I'm not even going to care about that either. All that I'm going to do here is this bit. Just going to send this through. Okay, so we're just going to have the moves. And that's just going to be width. Okay. So we're just going to leave the moves in there. So we're not going to care about these guys. Just going to have the two, but we do want the button mask in here. Really, can I not do that? Bit field. Okay, don't mind that. W that, is that indeed there? No, it's not. Mouse button mask, that's what it is. And that is actually global scope, okay. Is it happy now? No, still not. Mouse button mask. That's a global thing. Bit fields. So it doesn't like bit fields. So bit field is an internal thing. So how do I copy a bit field? It's done. You know what? I'm going to leave that undefined. Let it figure it out itself. Okay. So that does mean that on my selector, I do want to have a mask. No, I don't want to do that way. No, I do need to do it that way. So I actually will do lighting with the. So we're actually just going to do this. Boom, boom. Lighting width is null. We're going to unset that. Very cool. Cool. So we're gonna go and make this react to button press and button release. Is action is pressed false. So action name. What do we call it? We call it lobby select. Then action is pressed is true. In this case, it is false. Cool. If colliding with, if we got that. Pressed. Okay, so when we are looking at the mouse button, what we need to do is which button, that's always going to be 0. We're only going to do pressed, which is going to be true or false. Okay, we have a global position, don't we? But we're actually going to remember that in there, so we're just going to be reusing that. Okay. Cool. Which also means that actually I wanted this is cool. Yes, okay. All right. So select pressed. And here we can do action. Pressed. Cool. Switch. All right. Direction. Sector pressed. Oops. That one. Okie do. So we have all our events coming in here. We are going to want to do a last position. Convert position. That's vector 2. Okay, I'm actually going to rename this to at as well. Cool. So here, that's the first one that we're now going to have to do, which is, actually, I want to make sure that this is 0, cool. Convert position at, so what we're going to do here, and we're going to make some assumptions here, which is already bar mesh
is mesh. The first thing that we need to do is actually unify this. So this is going to become at is at divided by mesh dot. This should actually be a quad mesh, and quad mesh should have a size. As far as I'm aware, our quad mesh has a XY size. Perfect. All right. Then now at is going to be at times 2.0 plus 1. No. Times 0.5 plus 0.5. That's what we need to do. So now it comes from 0 to 1. Might need to invert some things. We will see that soon enough. That's supposed to work, guys. So I can multiply by a float, but I can't add it. No, whatever. Be super careful then. Right. So now we get a return vector to I. And that's going to be now at x times viewport dot size dot x. That's at y times plus viewport dot size dot y. There. And that gives us a nice little local coordinate. Okay, cool. So when we move, we want to create a event is a, what is it called? Input event mouse motion. Okay. Event. There we go. Right. Then new. Is it dot new? Or dot new? For some reason that's dot new. Okay. New position is convert position at, so that's what we're moving to. All right, and now we need to go and say event dot so we're going to start with mouse button mask is pressed. No, this is going to be mask. Zero. Cool. Event dot relative is going to be new position minus last position. Relative is event dot relative. We don't know velocity. We don't care about tilts. We've already done button mask. Lower position is new position. Position. Okay. Anything else that we need to set in this thing? No, we don't care about any of those. Cool. That should be reports dots.
push inputs. Okay. Let's assume that that works, and that's what we want. So, bar event inputs and mouse button input event mouse button dot new. Okay, event dot open index 0 press true. Mask is going to be that. Flow position is going to be last position. Position. Last position. Is that it? Don't care about cancel. Don't care about double. Don't care about factor. What is factor anyway? Nope, we're happy for that. Okay. Now, deploy that one. That becomes false. That becomes 0. Okay. Let's see if that works. I have no idea if we've done enough. Okay. So in theory, ooh, we hit a breakpoint. Yay! Why does it not like that? Size of. Okay, so viewport didn't go as planned. Sub viewport. Why does that not work? This size. Let's make sure that we have these. Actually, let's make it just. That's fine. Press 3 batteries low. Oh, well, you know, it is getting late. It's more nearly 1 a.m. So let's see if we can at least get this bit to work. And we're good, I think. So what I now want to do is actually I do want a bunk ready. Oh, I already see my problem, typo. But I still want to do this and change it over. Okay. Now we are jumping through some interesting little hoops here. All right, let's see if that works. Okay, obviously that's not working yet, so. All right. Why not? It could be something that we've not enabled here. Handle input locally. We'll mark incoming input events as handled by itself. If false, this is instead done by the first parameter. Okay. Well, that's just an order issue. That's fine. Yeah, do I really need to go and specifically go and tell it to do that? Name. Nope. You know what? I know that people hate the P thing, but I'm going to add in the P thing. Not using delta here. Though I guess we could calculate speed of movement or something. Okay, that's all good. Okay. There is no enum for none, guys, so no, it's not going to get an enum type. I guess we could do that. If you really want to. That's a global scope, guys. Why can't it figure that one out? I guess this would be none. Oh, right. That's a different one. That is left. Okay, so this is left. This is left. That can be 0 because I'm looking at the wrong value. Okay, cool. So that should handle those. Now, why? Oh, look at that. This is now outputting properly, so we can remove this stuff. So sometimes it just needs to reset stuff before it goes there. Okay, clear. Which actually, let's go and see. How well is it working now? Woohoo! All right. Okay. So are we not getting events at all, or is it something else in this case? If true, this ribbon will mark incoming input events as handled by itself. It's done by the first parent viewport that is set to handle. You know, probably my English, but I have no idea what that means. If true, this viewport will mark incoming input events as handled by itself. If false, is instead done by the first parent viewport. Well, we don't have a parent viewport, so somewhere that should be locally. This is the problem. I think there's things that have been done here that are purely meant for viewports that are actually used in conjunction with a viewport container. But we have it working in XR Tools, so it has to be able to work. Triggers a given event in this viewport. This can be used to pass input between viewports or to locally apply inputs that were sent over the network as saved to a file. If inlocal is false, the event's position is in the embedder's coordinates and will be converted to viewport coordinates. True. The event's position in the viewport coordinates. Okay. This method serves as a similar person as input parse input events. It does not remap the specific event based on properties like. Okay, calling this method will propagate calls to child nodes. Every method's wrong. All right, so I'm wondering if I need to do a true here. So we've got that assigned also. We've got a collision shape there, so that's going to go to this viewport. So one thing that I want to do here is I already want to put a script on there. Okay. Input. Okay, if moved input event mouse motion event if mouse moved, we're successful in casting that. Let's make that a nice red. 5. And let's do pointer dot position is mouse move dot position. Let's see if we can move that thing around and see if that does something or not. Oh, that's way bigger than I thought, but well, it's changed the position, but it's not calculating it right. Oh. Didn't like that, did I? Ha! So I'm not allowed to do that anymore in this way. Okay. If mouse move is input event, a little bit double checking. That's something I don't really like, but oh, if event. Okay, that's cool. But yeah, now why is this so big? Oh, because it's still 40 by 40. Okay, well, it's small. Okay. So that would suggest that I messed this logic up. Yeah, I just wanted to write that out. Okay, there we go. Was at this. At becomes pos. Hey, Winter Sun, how you going? Sorry, I'm just working my way through this. Oh, always. So yeah, I'm a little bullets. I'm just working through something and not talking too much at the moment. I just want to. Well, this is going to give us a whole lot of output, but it might help us figure out what's going on. Okay. Well, that's definitely not what we're expecting it to be. So our input position doesn't seem to be anything usable. And that is neat nicely going into the center. So why is that not working? So we get our collision points and do an inverse transform on our global transform of our yes. We need to use the global transform of the object we're colliding with because we want to know. Oh no, that's the thing. For this, we indeed need that. But now for this, I need it from this perspective. What is probably a better idea is if we just do this and then do this and then do this. Yep. Now in our viewport interaction, we're actually making this a vector 3. And we're making this a vector 3. And here we're going to start with doing a var local at is global transform dot inverse. So now we're doing the local transform of our viewport times that, and then we do a vector 2 dot x dot y divided by mesh size. Okay. If that starts to work. Okay, well, we have the y inverted. And we have an interesting size issue. Yeah, we're getting there. Okay. So that can actually be that. That will be that all. Okay. Mario Kart in VR, yeah. Maybe. We'll see where we end up. It's hard to implement multiplayer on Godot. I was working in UE, but I changed to Godot for testing. Well, that's what I'm about to find out, but I'm still working on UI stuff before we can even start doing network stuff. But I think that it won't be too hard for doing something, for doing the things that we need to do here. We will see. It's going to be interesting. Okay. When we look at this, now we look at the mesh, we have the size 4x4. Yeah, we are doubling up. Yep, we are doubling up because this is already, because we're going from minus 0.2 to 0.2. So dividing by 0.4, we already have our thing in there. So let's just go and do it like this then. And what I find even nicer if we're doing it like this anyway, we just do that in there. So let's have a look if now our pointer and our thingy are actually lined up. Look at that. Perfect. All right, so now the question is, does this work or not? I don't know. I can go and click on that. I don't know if they... I don't think the mouse click events are coming through. That's really interesting. Okay. What's the debugger telling me right now? Yeah, those are all... Let's get rid of these if we need them. We can always put them back. Okay, so at least we can see that we have events here. So we no longer need this. That's just going to spam our thing. Okay, so in our lobby UI, can we just add in a button? Just a normal button. Testing. What I find important here is the mouse over. How does that work again? Themes override. Maybe. Let's see if that gives a proper visual change. Okay, so that is definitely working. I don't know why it's flickering. That makes very little sense to me. But we know now that there's a Hoover. So that part of it is definitely working. Okay, and let's see if that ends up doing something. No, nothing. So there's definitely something not working with our okay, let me see. Have I got something wrong here? Oh, haha. It might work if I do last position is new position. I have a feeling that might solve a few things. It might do one or two things. Okay. Okay, do we get... Yep. Well, that's press and release. But I'm not getting our test message. So yeah, that's all working. We got our press, we got our release. I wonder if the problem is that we're also getting mouse events from our actual mouse. Maybe that's overriding stuff. So we need to stop it from getting those. Is there something that we... Okay. That might have need to be on. So that has nothing to do with our problem right now. I don't know. Are we not setting enough here? First is true, button mask. Left. 0. Button. I don't know. This is supposed to work. I am missing something simple, but I don't know what. Mouse button, create a new. Mouse button left, now pressed. Let's put a mouse left. And we just have the position where it was. And I send it through. Okay, so I do get all the other events here. Okay, this is going to overload what we're reporting, but I don't care. I just want to see if what we're receiving makes sense.
as well, because I think my battery is starting to deplete really quickly. Okay, what are we getting here? We're getting mouse button, index 1. So here we put it down. You can see that we have that button all the time. And then here we let go. All right, and what if I just do this? Oh, haha. Oh, I'm so stupid. My pointer is actually catching my input. How do I change that? Well, you know what? I'm just going to, because we now know that that works. We're just going to take that out. And we're just going to take this out. We no longer need that. Okay, let's see if that fixes our problem. Okay, that is just silly. Oh, that's good. So this is absolutely working now. Okay. And we can see our tests on release. Okay, so on our main screen it's working, but on our keyboard it's not yet working. Okay. Excuse me. The other thing which is really weird is I don't get why it's looking so stretched out. So when we're looking at this, I forgot to do that. Okay. It's be 400 by 400. That's why it looks weird and stretched out. Okay, cool. Okay. Let's see. So that's now selected. Cool. But I don't get anything on my keyboard. It might be that I just haven't set enough up of my keyboard. I haven't really actually looked at the virtual keyboard thing. Okay, did I? Is there something? No, we don't have disable input here. All right, let's just put a breakpoint here and see if we even hit that breakpoint or not. No, we're never hitting the breakpoint. So, we are actually never getting anything around here. So we got that enable. No, that's fine. It's good. It's good. It's all good. Okay, so ready super. So maybe this is still not working properly. Okay, so we only have got a breakpoint of virtual key 1. So we should be able to. No, there's absolutely nothing happening with that.
don't need these anymore because we know that works. Oh. Could it be because we're not doing touchscreen events? So we're using touchscreen button. Okay, so maybe we need to redo this to do touchscreen events. Okay, we can do that. No. Events. Oh, okay. That, of course, is an issue. Hmm. Well, we could do that, I guess. Okay, let's disable that one. new and dot text. Yeah, so whatever finger, so we only have one finger, so 0. Position is last position. True. Anything else that we should do? Don't care about pressure. Oh, that's drag. Yeah, don't care about any of those. Okay, and then we can. That's enough. It actually makes more sense to have that over here. And it also means if we really do want to go back to this, not ready to chuck away that work yet. Let's do it like this. Same thing, but yeah. Yeah. Okay. Could probably make the pointer easier that way as well, and just say, all right, just on the mouse testing. Well, that now needs to become a touch button, of course. We got something wrong. Oh, no, we got something right. We actually. Okay, but the problem is that we don't have that selected. And we can't, because that is not reacting to the touch event. Okay. Well, we now have a keyboard doing something, but we don't have our screen doing something yet. Nice. Okay, we're gonna have to change this type. Change type to a touchscreen button. Well, I cannot put text there. That needs to be an image. Really? I don't believe that. How's this? Oh, because this is creating a touchscreen button. Where's my? Can I close a few of these things because it's getting a little bit crazy. Oh, I looked at a lot of stuff today. Okay. So, touchscreen button, that's what we're using. Okay. Text. Update key text. Where's update key text? Update key text. Label. Oh, what? Button, head child. Oh, okay. So the way this works is we can do a color rect inside. Why is that not positioning properly? Because it's not a bloody normal control. Okay, well then we're just gonna do. So we're gonna just move that over here. No, not the color, right? The button. Move it over here. 10, 350. Yeah. That's if we do a texture. We're not doing a texture. Shape. What is its shape? It's a rectangle shape. Okay. Rectangle shape. And let's actually go and add a label here. And this one could actually be just a nice little darker color. Okay. Let's go with 25 and 380. That makes that the whole thing. Whatever, I don't care. That's also going to be 380. That's going to be 25. So this should actually be, no, really? Yeah, that's fine. Minus. Yeah. Okay, that's not on top of it. Good enough for me. Maybe. Okay, and now if we do this instead. Center. Is that not? There we go. It's good enough for me. Let's see if that works. That's a touch button. I hope I still print. Oh, I got these working, but not that. Oh, I removed the print. Okay. I'm not going to print anything to the log if we remove the print statements. Yeah. So we're now getting test there. Okay. And obviously I need to do something else to make sure I get those. But not sure why it keeps putting that in, but now it outputs those inputs, and I'm not getting them into here. No, I definitely want to get input. So it's on this one. Oh, that's for that. Okay. Okay, let's see if we turn that off, whether that's going to make any difference. It still works. I still can't really do anything with this, right? I don't know. Is there something that I need to do on my input to make that work with touch events? Hmm. Okay. Okay. Do I need to? Okay, that might be the only thing that we can do. Let's turn it back on because that didn't do anything. But I might need to manually do this. Going to limit what we send through. Let's see how that one's to work. I'm going to do both mouse and keyboard events. I think that makes most sense. Because I think that the touch buttons and the other ones are separate inputs. So, good thing that we did not remove this stuff. Mouse events. And this is touch. Because it did say that we didn't have mouse emulation when we do it this way. So we need to do our own mouse emulation. And we do that just by sending both events. Now the big question is, should I be sending the touch event first or should I be sending the mouse event first? Does it even matter? Because they are separate node types. Okay. Makes it super clear what we're doing. All right. Oop, what? Yeah, that's fine. Alrighty, here we go. So now, okay. Well, the size of the field is wrong, but we are getting keyboard working. We even have this keyboard working. Cool. Now, obviously, that's not the input that we want here, but at least it's working now. Oh. Yeah, that was a little bit overly silly, I think. Okay. Let's take that out because we definitely don't need that all anymore. Maybe it's going to get autofocus. That would be nice. No, I don't want that one to be unique. It's a little bit overdone. Will that do that? I don't know. Yay, that has focus. And that works. We need a nicer pointer though. Now, obviously, this is absolutely not not correct input, obviously, but hey, it's a start. Guys, I think I'm gonna leave it there. It's 2 a.m. already for me. I am getting pretty tired. Yeah, I haven't done the multiplayer stuff yet. But at least we now have a UI up and running. so that we can actually start doing something with that. Now, the other thing which is really interesting is let's go back to my main scene. Okay. We are in local space, so our head should be there. So I don't get why it was so high. Because with this, our UI elements should definitely not have been so high. Oh, what? Oh, shit. Of course that doesn't work. There we go. No. That is something I think that I need to do some more with. But we have at least that we now can get a UI working. It's not the prettiest, but at least it's a start. So yeah, I guess in the next stream we'll actually start building stuff. So yeah, that was more difficult than I wanted, and I'm still very unhappy about the fact that my also all of a sudden OpenXR is being difficult. That's really weird. I'm really hoping that that's going to be solved by a restart, and that it's just being difficult, and not that there's suddenly a bug that snuck in. Or maybe it's even something in OpenXR itself. Who knows? Or in Steam VR. So yeah. Not exactly went to plan, but nonetheless an interesting stream. I hope. But we are now completely set up for the next stream to start. Creating a UI together where we can either host a server or join, or host a game or join a game, and then obviously get everybody to join on the starting line. So, all right, I'm gonna leave it there. Thanks for everybody for hanging out for a couple of hours, and yeah, I hope you guys found it interesting. So, wishing you all a very, very good day, good night, good morning, whatever is appropriate for where you are.